All right, hello and welcome everyone to Esport Canada's High School Inter-Provincial Spotlight League of Legends tournament. And we're going to start today's tournament with an acknowledgement of Indigenous lands here. So, Esport Canada brings together a community of gamers on traditional Indigenous land. While we meet on a virtual platform, we respect the treaties made on this land and acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past and present. We dedicate ourselves to authentic alliances with Indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and cooperation. So we are about 4 minutes out from kicking off this tournament here. I'll be your host and guide today, walking through these games, casting them for you. Game one, we are going to see again. Who we got here? We've got FRC, no, not FRC. We've got JH Bruns Collegiate against Toronto District Christian High School. So stick around. We'll have that game coming to you right away in about 5 minutes.
shadows.
Fear controls them.
You will not forget in the void. Impure fools.
No cure for fools.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
Let me end this.
It's okay. We'll play later.
You can't cage me for long. Doubt is the greatest enemy.
Okay.
All right, here we go. We are loading in. We're going live. We saw the draft phase there. An interesting choice by JH Bruns. They're taking a lot of team fighty players, which is, I think, a good choice for them. And then if you looked at TDC, a lot of late scaling champions. So an excellent choice there in terms of late scaling, because that's the only way you're going to win that game is if you can manage to scale late. Now, why are we not live here? Come on, capture my game. I might have to update my my game capture here for some reason. Auto capture. There we go. Let me just double check on Twitch because my OBS is being weird and I can't see if the game is actually live or not. Bear with me for a moment here while we check Twitch, but you can see the teams here, hopefully, loading up. No, it's not capturing it. Odd. All right. I can see it. Oh, there we go. Nope. It's weird, I can see it on OBS, but it is not capturing. Alright, well let me just really quickly set up another game capture then here. One moment, bear with me. My game capture went down for some reason. Add source. That's alright, because the game has actually frozen anyways, so I'm going to have to leave and rejoin this one. So bear with me here. I'll give you a little back transition. The client has bugged out. Good times. So I'm going to get back into League of Legends here, rejoin their game. And hopefully that's all it takes to get us back on track here. It's actually a pretty common issue with spectator mode. You log in and the whole map is gray instead of the color it's supposed to be. Oh, I can't even join the tournament code. That's fun. Alright, so that is not one we can join for some reason. Let's see if I can't. See if I can get back in through a friend request. I'm actually surprised I don't have him added on my friend list already. Either way, if that's not going to work out, we will try to find the next match up. See if perhaps they are going to be streaming. Nope, they're not in their tournament yet. So the other game that is ongoing currently actually has they had enough issues that actually one of the teams had to drop out. So there is only one game going on right now on the A side of this bracket. So I just got to find a way to reconnect to that game, but I can't use the code. Let's see if I can track down. Their coach really quick. Does he have his gamer tag available? That would be too easy. Somebody's worried about the game. No, the game is fine. It's just spectator mode here that's not playing nicely. For whatever reason. Maybe I can add him. Let's see if I can remember his gamer tag. I think maybe I got it. Let's see. What if we split screen the spectate mode on Discord? That could work. Do we have a video call here? I sent him a friend request, but I don't think he'll be able to get it because he is currently spectating, which makes it difficult for him to get through. And because I don't have any players in the game, I can't get through. Good times. Let's see here. If I grab the other tournament code. Yeah, because they're in the game, the tournament code is not technically active anymore. It won't let me use it. I don't like that one bit. So maybe I hop into the other. See what happens with that side there. All right, let's try this. We are going to try and capture this game.
Yeah.
Old school. How's it going?
Oh, not bad.
All right.
So many things going on. So I will try and share my screen. Hopefully my computer will survive. So.
perfect. And I will just screen capture that once we are up and running, and we'll be back
All right.
live.
This'll totally work. Let's see.
That's the dream. All right, let me full screen that. All right, looks good to me.
All right, cool.
Sweet, thank
I
you.
will mute and let you do the talking then.
Awesome,
So-
thank you. All right, so let's get this all added up here. Grab me a new source. I need to grab let's call it window capture. Where is Discord? There it is. Alright, let's try that. I do believe we are live now, right? Need to check on Twitch for sure. Gotta make sure that things are actually showing up the way they should. Alright, I think we've got it. Alright, so you'll have to forgive the frame rates here. We are going through a number of computers around the place and back to me through Discord, but we are in. We got it. We're good. Alright. We can see the game again. So, we can see that JH Bruns has taken a 1-kill lead already. It is 10 minutes into the game, and they have a 1-kill lead. So not bad. That was the goal, to get an early lead. And you see your narrator hit their level 6 and did pull the gank off, so the jungler has come online. That makes it a 2-kill lead. I do think Bruns would have been hoping for a bit more of a lead, given how heavy the TDC team is scaling, or will scale, with Kale and Nasus, but not bad, not bad. They have a lead, and they've got a dragon under their belt, so they're going to make sure that they get an early soul here. I think would be part of the objective for them. So they sent Kale to the solo bot lane. Not a bad idea. Olaf ganking was a bit questionable. Just in terms of like one of the ganking rules as a jungler, they say you should only gank when you have an 80% success rate. In terms of like 80% chance you get a kill. And I don't see how Kale Olaf has any kill pressure against a Nautilus and a Samira, right? They've got dashes, they've got roots, they've got CC for days. They can just walk on out of there. Samira still has flash, Nautilus still has flash. Like, at no point was running at them going to do anything. You need some heavy CC if you're going to come in on that lane. So, I would expect Kale to be hemorrhaging a bit of CS here. If Jack Shabs and Alien have managed any wave management at all, the 2v1 is going to be really tough on that Kale. So you see Kale faking it back, trying to hang around, you know, going to try and get themselves back in this game a bit, just by CSing as much as they can. He will eventually scale up to the point that he's really terrifying, but even with an ult, he basically is trying to hang on to level 16, which is going to be a bit tough. So you see the all-in by Jack's Jabs there. Gets his stacks up, goes into his quick trade, comes out ahead, and still has the Nautilus there. Without any CC, they could dive here, I think. Oh, you do have to watch out for the Caitlyn ult, and she is a level ahead, so it would be a bold move. Oh, they're doing it. There's the call. Nautilus is soaking it. There goes the Kale ult. Ooh. So Nautilus stays, gets killed by the turret, but they get the Kale in return. And that was a perfect time to die. Not that there's a good time to die, but the wave has crashed, right? So what if Nautilus dies, Kale gets none of the CS, the kill goes on Samira, so they're even in kill gold anyway, but she's going to lose a ton of CS and some turret plates, and that will speed up the game pace for JH Bruns, which is what they want. They want to knock these turrets down quickly, so I think that was a good call to dive. So here comes Olaf and Ahri. 2v1 against the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser presses R and turns the 2v1 into a 1v1. Ahri using the ult really well, actually, to avoid the Mordekaiser's engage, and Olaf sticking around long enough that he actually pulls around the kill on Cheesy Legends. So Ahri played that really well, dodging in and out of most of Mordekaiser's ability, and even though the 2v1 became a 1v1, Ahri managed to dodge enough that they managed to keep that going. Oh, there's Nautilus. A great roam into the mid, but is not being followed up on yet. Amumu is there. Gets the flash out of Olaf to dodge the band-aid. Nautilus does have to flash out because the Amumu isn't there to back him up, but they do save the turret. So the Rift Herald was dropped there, got a lot of turret damage down, which will buy them a little bit of time. If they could drop that turret, it's a lot easier to slow the game down when you have a wave that you can push through. So I do like that call. Gives them the ability to try to get that mid prio. Also opens up Dragon a bit better. They're not going to have much luck, I don't think, on Dragon 4v5. You can see that Bruns is prioritizing it down on the bottom lane. They pushed at the right time. They sent their mid laner there. After that big fight mid, nobody from TDC was kind of in a position to be able to go contest Dragon. So that puts 2 Dragons under the belt of JH Bruns. So they've got a bit of a Dragon soul. They're hoping probably for an Infernal for 3rd Drake. Well, next time camera pans over, we'll have to see what we get. Oh, Hex Gates. Never mind. Still not a bad Dragon. It's no Infernal, but it'll work. And so you can see up here, Patrick Star has been putting some work in on this turret, while Demon Eyes just farms. And I mean, that's all Demon Eyes wants to do, right? It just wants to farm over and over and over again, get those CS till he has 700 stacks and one-shots everybody. And so Darius's goal is going to be to kill him and knock that turret down as often as possible, try and make sure he doesn't get late enough in the game to scale. Oh, there's the flash. They're going to do it. Does it. Jack jabs in, gets the kill, and survives as the wave is crashing. So a quick rotation to mid by the bottom lane, and you can see that Mordekaiser did rotate down bottom. That's the trade-off to Kayle turtling under a turret. If you turtle, what ends up happening is you're actually freeing up the other team to roam, and that's what happens. It costs the mid laner their life. So Patrick Star goes all in. Has to walk away though. Olaf was there to counter that engage, and so Darius uses his flash to engage, but I think Nasus flashing that one too? No, Nasus doesn't have flash, he ghosted. So, kind of a bit of a runaround there, but not a lot of damage either way. Olaf's still in the area, but you can see Alien again, with Kayle freezing, is free to just run the map. So he's going to head up there with the Darius, and they're going to try and slow this Nasus down. Let's see what happens up top. Oh, what a pull. Full length into the bush. They should try and ward that if they can. Ignite will work too, as long as you have vision on him. And that slows the Nasus down for sure. Can't farm when you're dead. So they moved the Mordekaiser into bot lane to try and hold some turrets here. And Ahri matches that swap. Kayle then swaps into mid to start pushing. But again, Kayle doesn't seem to be pushing that quickly. And what that's doing is it's freeing up Alien to wander around the map roaming and just take, like, whatever he wants, basically. Put pressure wherever he wants. So that top lane pressure cost him a Nasus. Alright, so Kayle's gonna keep farming. He's hit level 9 now. Jack's Jabs, though, also level 9. That is not good news for TDC. When you have a solo laner in a 2v1 lane, you really want your solo laner to be ahead in levels, because you are not splitting minion experience. You should have expected to see Jack's Jabs at this point down maybe 2 levels. You can see Mordekaiser's level 11, Patrick Star's level 11. That Kayle should be level 11, because she's been solo laning. Now, it can be tough 2v1. You do have to hemorrhage a bit of CS to do it. Oh, there's the ghost out of the Darius. Gets the gap closed just enough. Is he going to be enough to fight the Kayle, though? Oh! He got the ult out early, which usually you don't want to do as Darius, but it was a great move because it actually prevented Kayle's ult. He got the ult off before Kayle got hers off. So Kayle doesn't die, but does take the damage, and that's going to force her out of lane yet again. So I wonder if, we did miss the first 10 minutes, but I wonder if that's kind of what was happening to Kayle. She was getting jumped, chunked down, and forced out of lane, missing a bunch of waves, which is why she's underleveled compared to the other solo laners. Olaf trying to run down the Darius, uses his ult. I'm not sure if it's going to accomplish a whole lot against the Darius, but he doesn't have Darius doesn't have an ult. Oh, and it works. So I guess because Olaf's ulting, he has the move speed, which means he can stay outside of the heal range of the Darius Q. And because Darius's ult was down, if Darius' ult was up, that was a lost fight for Olaf, but a very good job playing around that cooldown, knowing that Darius had just ulted the Kayle unsuccessfully, and it was going to be on cooldown and not reset. Oh, there's the ult. Immediate. Pull into ult. Cheesy Legends dodges the Q. Or not the Q, the taunt, sorry. Gets the ult out of the Ahri, and now has the Ahri running the wrong direction. This is not good for Ahri, but Ahri is fast. Not faster than Cheesy Legends Flash, though. This is going to be... I don't know how she gets out of this. If Jack's Jabs responds and Samira rotates down, she's in big trouble. Samira might not even have to respond. Yeah, Cheesy Legends got her. There we go. So a solo kill onto the Mordekaiser. It's nice having mobility, which Ahri has, but it's not easy to utilize well once Mordekaiser puts you in his death realm. So did his best, dodged some stuff, but at the end of the day ended up on the wrong side of Mordekaiser when the Death Realm ended and had to retreat back into the enemy base, or in enemy jungle, sorry, which is obviously not the ideal direction to be running. Alright, so at the 18-minute mark, you can see the kills are 6-3 in favor of Bruns. Gold's about 8k difference, which is not that much, all things, like considering they're down a person, like one man who should be farming and roaming and killing and taking turrets and things. Being down one person, being down 8k is not crazy, but an 8k gold diff is still an 8k gold diff. So I think I would be a little worried if I was TDC, knowing that this is where JH Bruns kind of comes online. A lot of the guys have their ults, their power spikes, they're hitting their they're hitting their level 11s now. But also knowing that if I'm TDC, I still have my mid turret up, which is nice. I've got some bounties around if I can manage to take an objective or something. But if they can keep stalling this game out and get Nasus back into things, it'll be nice. So they do secure the oh, I want to call it, it's not the Elder Drake, the Hextech Drake. And so there will be on a Hex Soul in about 6 minutes. The 24-minute dragon, they've been taking every dragon they can take. There's the, man, that Samira's doing so much damage to that Kayle. And like, I don't think Nautilus really hit much in that fight. So that's not a good sign when your AD carry can solo your Kayle. I mean, Kayle will get there, right? If Kayle can keep farming and buy items, a full build Kayle or a full build Nasus is horrifying, but the problem is that they're having a trouble getting there. Nasus has been free farming top for a little bit. Maybe he's the one to come online. You can see Darius roaming up there right now to try and fix it, but danger sense. Nasus is heading back. Does not want to brawl right now. Okay, we're going to try Olaf versus Mordekaiser now. What happens? Now, again, Olaf is quite strong in this patch, and you can see he's going toe-to-toe with that Mordekaiser. No problem. But meanwhile, again, mobility is nice, but it's really hard to be mobile when you have a Nautilus holding you in place. Oh, he pulls it off. So Ahri does get one return kill and the kill in the bot lane. Olaf is just a beast. I see now why he is considered so strong. He's just, his lifesteal is still good despite the durability patch. And because assassins and that won't be able to do as much damage, he doesn't have to worry about getting bursted. He can actually use the lifesteal that's in his kit. Uh-oh, Samir's in trouble now. Got slow, doesn't have his AD carry. Oh, presses R. Turns it with the ult. Manages to get it back. What a great fight by Jax Jabs there to duel a level 11 Kayle. That's not something you often see. He's obviously far enough ahead here that he can do it. I can't see his items, but he played that really well, patiently stacking up his ult, trying to back off. Once he had the ult, flashing in and going all in, forcing the flash out of Kayle, but still managing to finish the fight. So a great job by Jax Jabs on Samira to pull off a 1v1 versus Kayle. That's, I mean, Samira's got to be the go-to target now for TDC. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Demon Eyes here run right past as many players as he can just to put his wither on Samira. Because if you can manage to two-shot that Samira as a late-game Nasus, that seems like it would make a pretty big difference. Olaf is doing well. Olaf's got lots of damage under his belt. Kayle is still in the farming phase, obviously. She's having a really hard time going toe-to-toe with Samira. But Nasus has been left alone for quite a while. Like, he's been free farming now for the last 7 minutes, I want to say. Hasn't been killed since that top roam we saw, and that's not something you want to see. So let's see what JH Bruns chooses to do. It looks like they're going to group and take a Baron here. I mean, what is the other team going to do, right? If they want to come fight you, they're going to be at a numbers disadvantage, and you've got a lot of team fight ults. You can see that Nasus is up. I believe Darius is up. Yeah, and Amumu's up. Yeah, they've got all their ults, so they want a team fight here. So they're going to be looking for objectives back and forth here to force the other team into a team fight. And the vision from TDC is just not there. That's probably the biggest downside of not having a traditional support. You don't have vision anywhere. So Olaf does get another kill on the Mordekaiser, but I don't know if that's worth it for Baron, to be quite honest. So they did manage to take objective bounties on mid-turret while that was happening, so a little extra gold, but the Baron buff is going to give them a lot of pushing power and will help them crack the base. You can see them grouping to finish here, knowing they've got the numbers advantage. Even with Mordekaiser down, they have the team fight advantage in how well their ultimates work. They just have to make sure they focus that Olaf down and don't let him go too crazy. So they've returned a turret off the Baron. What's the play now? You can see them wandering around, a bit of indecision here. They haven't really figured out what their second play is going to be. Somebody's pinged the Nasus. They don't want him stacking anymore. I'd be curious how many stacks that Nasus is at. Quite a few, I would guess. Let me close the streamer mode banner up there for us. Alright, one quick second, guys. Bear with me. I gotta switch to the league client really quick and make sure nobody else is in the lobby. Okay, they're still good. Alright. So they go stop the Nautilus, and Nautilus playing it, or Nautilus, sorry, Nasus playing it really well. Just walks backwards, gets himself off the map so they don't know where he is, and he'll be there to collect the next wave when it shows up. Olaf clearing jungle. Samir trying to interrupt a bit, but Olaf's got enough damage, and I think he got almost all of those, if not all of them. But JH Bruns now again calling the objective. Dragon's up in a minute. Let's go get our vision down. Let's make sure that we can fight for it, knowing that I don't think TDC wants to give them a free soul. They're gonna want to contest this. I just don't think they can. The correct choice, in my opinion, would be actually to leave the soul. I mean, the Hex Tech sucks. Having a slow sucks, but like, to be honest, if JH Brun slows me, I'm not really that concerned. Because the thing that slowed me was probably an Amumu Bandage, which means I can't move anyways, or a Nautilus Pull, which means I can't move anyways, or an Amumu Ult, which means I can't move anyways, or a Darius Pull, which means I'm being slowed at. Like, you know what I mean? Bruns has so much CC that I can't see a Hextech Soul making a huge difference in terms of their ability to fight things, other than maybe Samira landing a long-range Q and that slow turning into a CC chain after. The extra pushing power will be nice for them, for sure, but it's not as useful as a Infernal Soul might have been for this particular team. Ooh! Man, that Mordekaiser hits hard. But again, Nasus not even trying to group, leaving his team 5v3, trusting to wave clear. And to be fair, Ari has a fair amount, and Kao's not bad either. But they're wave clearing versus a Baron buff. So Nasus can stay top all he wants, but they're going to lose the game here if he doesn't show up. So he better press that B soon. Oh, Amumu gets the ult as Olaf ults, and so he just walks out. And Olaf's trying to turn this into a 1v5. He's in there, he's banging around, but Samira collects the Olaf first, and then turns onto the Kael. They get the Ari. That's the entirety of TDC done. They did trade it for a top turret, but again, Nasus is sacrificing his base turrets now for an outer turret. Not a great trade. He's there late. He is strong, but now he is 1v5. What can you do? Oh, he gets one. He goes for Jack's jabs. Oh, man, did he do some damage? He gets two. Can he 1v5? Did he get there? He gets three. He gets four. Oh my goodness, he does it. So Nasus, all that time left alone in the top lane, turned Nasus into an absolute beast. You see Jack Chubbs in the chat threw out a GG. Did not expect to lose 4v1 to Nasus. Now, it wasn't a true 4v1. Obviously, they had a lot of damage on him before it happened, but that is the danger of leaving Nasus alone for too long. That being said, Bruns can now play around that Nasus, right? You've got the super minions pushing mid. Basically, their job now is to find where Nasus is and run that lane down. You want to fight the Nasus first with a numbers advantage. If you can manage to get in there and pop that Nasus, you know the Kael hasn't scaled up yet. It's only level 13 and doesn't have her level 16 spike. Olaf is tough, but if you can get him and Nasus, like him and Nasus are the two biggest threats at this point. If you can get the two of them at different points of the map, you just pull that trigger. You fight one at a time, take what you can, and then back out when the other one shows up. Because I don't know if they can fight them both, to be honest. Be interesting to see. Now, if they get an Elder Drake, that makes this a whole different ball game, right? So we might see Bruns try to turtle up here for the next objective, but the longer they wait, the stronger Kael's going to get. Olaf is already dangerous. Now the question is, can Samira 1v1 the Olaf? Can Samira 2v1 the Olaf? Oh, but the rest of TDC is there. Olaf gets a Kael ult, making him impossible to stop. That's a huge buff on someone who has lifesteal. Kael looks like she's come online. She gets 2 kills. Olaf gets the third, and that is a catastrophic fight in the jungle. 4v5? 4v4, but it's a complete wipe. TDC gets the kills and actually takes the lead in this game in terms of number of kills. Still down in gold, but they're up in kills. Down in dragons. But you can see how dangerous. If you fight that team in a small group, they just have so much damage. You can't fight any one of them individually. Okay, there's the ult out of Mordekaiser. Now, if you can't win this in your ultimate, I don't think you can do much. Now, Ari is waiting to charm him the second this comes out. There it is. You can't win in the ultimate. The ultimate gives you a pretty beefy buff as Mordekaiser. And so if you can't win that fight in your ultimate, you know that Olaf is a problem. Now, Bruns knows that Baron is coming up, and if they want a chance, they need to get this. But TDC knows this too, and now has the confidence of those last one fights that they might be able to actually take JH Bruns. Now they are, Nasus is right above them. Kale's getting picked off here though. If they can land something, he's dead. But here comes the rest of them. So Nautilus went in, but his 1v3 gets a lot of damage, gets destroyed by the Ahri. They do pick off the Kale. They do get the Ahri. So it's 3v1 for Olaf there. But look at his lifesteal. You can't hurt him. He just keeps healing through it. They got him. They get him. Amumu does finish him off, but now it is Nasus versus Amumu. So it's actually 4 kills for 3 in favor of TDC. TDC completes the set, but Nasus, instead of taking the Baron, goes to farm. Knowing that the more stacks he gets, the faster, like he infinitely scales, right? The more stacks he gets, the faster the easier this game is going to be. So, yeah, no, if you go to a half an hour mark against Nasus and Kale, I don't know if you've quite executed your plan. So Bruns is an uphill battle now, oddly. They could still force an odd-numbered fight at Baron or Dragon, but these fights are actually competitive now, even with the numbers disadvantage because of how hard those guys scale. Bruns is going to be trying to get a pick. You saw that they almost got the Kale picked off there and did manage to pop them early enough that the fight ended up being almost even. But let's see what the goal is. So we've got a Elder in less than a minute, and Baron is on the map. So which team is going to take which objective, or are they going to fight over an objective? Now, you can see Bruns has started setting up vision around Elder. So that gives them the ability to take Elder and have a pretty clean fight. But you can see that TDC is rotating to Baron, which will allow them to clear out minions and things. They have been spotted, so Bruns has to make a call. Do we rotate Baron, or do we just burn this Elder down? Yeah, so TDC knows that they're not being responded to. They're going to trade objectives here. They're going to take the Baron, where Bruns takes the Elder Drake here. So again, an interesting choice. I actually like this by TDC. The Baron will give them a lot more holding power, so they can stall the game even longer. Whereas Elder means that JH Bruns has to fight right away. So Bruns is looking to win a fight now. They have managed to get the Olaf low a few times, right? But he lifesteals so well, the Elder's going to help fix that problem. Once you get him low, Elder will just pull an execute out. So I do like, for both teams this is good, right? JH Bruns has to fight and fight hard and dedicate themselves to it, but Bruns and TDC has given themselves stalling power with empowered minion waves. Uh-oh. Interrupted backs. They got split. This is not the team fight that Bruns wanted. A good call to flash by the Nautilus, but has left Amumu alone. That Wither means Amumu is going to die here. So with Elder, they get kind of split up, and it turns into a quick pick. Now it's going to be 40 seconds until they have their Amumu. It's actually an even fight now. They will have basically one opportunity to Elder fight. We have to wait for 40 seconds. Once Amumu is up, you've got about a minute or two till that, probably about a minute and a half until that expires. 30 seconds of that's getting back out on the map. So you've got about a 1 minute window to pull the trigger. They're going to have to get out on the map, find TDC, get a really solid Amumu ult, and just throw everything they got at him and hope that Elder's enough. Because if you couldn't win 4v5, you're not winning this 4v4. I don't like this choice by Bruns to dance around a red buff. It's not an objective worth taking. Unless you have vision of everyone else, and you can see them pinging the vision now. Oh no, never mind. That's TDC pinging their own people. So unless you have vision, you don't really want to be picking fights in. You want to know you've got the numbers advantage. Because Kale has hit, there it is, her level 16 spike. So Kale's now got the level 16 spike. We know Olaf is a monster. We know Nasus is a monster. Ahri is the only one who's basically playing support at this point, just throwing out some charms. So Ahri did her job as a wave clear bot, I guess, to get them to late game. And now it's up to Nasus and Kale to take him to the promised land. So, okay, Amumu's up. I want to see Bruns fight this. You've got the Elder. It's not going to last forever. You've got the Hex Tech Soul, which will slow him down. You know that you can get Olaf to low health. You just can't finish him. That's Elder's job. Get in there before your buff falls off. And it's not going to be easy with Darius split pushing, right? I don't know why you... I mean, getting wave control is important, but you can't split push against this squad because you can't 1v1 the Nasus or the Olaf yet. Okay, come on, rotate Darius. He's not doing it, he's staying. And you can see Olaf single-handedly pushing 4 of them out. And then Nasus gets to go up there and collect all the farm that Darius pushed in and make himself even stronger. Ooh. I don't know. I feel like Bruns maybe did not approach this with the do-or-die mentality they needed to hard push. This is getting harder by the minute for them. The longer Nasus has to last hit and the more time Kale has to collect some farm and buy some more items. This could be a 4v5 win for Toronto District Christian High School. That would be a phenomenal start to this tournament, guys. And to be fair, they drafted super well and they played their lanes super well. Stretching this game to 33 minutes in a 4v5 is really impressive. Alright, here comes Kale, the level 16 Kale. She's shredding through the Nasus. Not super fast yet, but she was really far behind before, but still doing damage. Collects one, keeps pushing damage out. So now it's a 4v4. They're going to work on this turret. Bruns is regrouped. Looks like Amu's looking for an opening, but they're just going to run him down. The splash damage out of that Kale is crazy. He's chipped off half of their health bars already, and there hasn't even been a fight yet. Alright, so they're all grouped up. Are they just going to siege it? Is that TDC's plan? Siege until an objective shows up? Man, yeah, Kale must have got a couple more items, because she is wave clearing so fast right now. Alright, Jax Jab's working on clearing waves. Darius got a little bit of wave clear. And you can see they've now sent Nasus to split push. I like this call by TDC. You know that Bruns can't keep up with Nasus at this point. You send them to split push, you're going to force their team to rotate around. And look at them, they're waiting for it. So if someone rotates the wrong way, we get our pick and that's game. GH Bruns, though, playing smart. They know this is the fact, and so they rotate around to the bottom, taking the safer path. Oh, Nautilus. What are you doing? Oh, he's face-checking the wrong bush. Oh, he got very lucky there. He did go face check a bush. Nope, never mind. I take it back. He's not lucky. He's dead. So there's the camp they set up. Very patient by TDC, knowing that they'd send someone to stop the Nasus and there are only 2 people there. They didn't have to join, and that is going to be game, I think. That's 3 people wiped at a big group. Darius is frantically backing. Amumu is not there to peel them off. It is 2v4, and of those 4, you've got a full health Kale, a full health Nasus, and a full health Olaf, who are late game and fed. Well, not fed, but farmed, I guess I should say. They might be fed at this point. They've had a few good fights. Yeah, I think this is it. I don't know. Bruns got to pull off one heck of an ultimate to hold him in place. He gets 2 of them, holds him in place. No, it's not enough. Oh. Oh, it doesn't quite get the pull. Trying to get it back into the fountain was a good call, but that is going to be game. And game 1 is going to TDC. GG's. Alright. So that is game 1, guys. We are going to hang out real tight while the second game gets set up, and I will be back with you all shortly. right, welcome back, everyone. We are in our first B-side match here. We have got... Oh, who do we have here? We've got Glenlawn Collegiate on the right. Casual Katie Raz, Mizua, and Abigail Raz up against J.H. Bruns once more. Your narrator, Jax Jabs, Alien, Patrick Star, and Cheesy Legends. We just saw have a rough time of that 4v5, and it looks like they are up to a 4v5 again. So let's see if they can break the curse here.
Who dares defy
So we're looking at
my
our bans
will?
back and forth. You can see a lot of jungle targeting coming out of Bruns. They got rid of Kha'Zix and they got rid of Jarvan 4. And if you look over to the Glenlawn side, they've got an ADC ban in Kaisa. They got the Aatrox ban. You can see similar bans, both games against Bruns. So obviously the teams are doing a good job scouting, knowing what Bruns likes to play and targeting some of those champions. Now, last ban of the first round is going to be a Nami towards Glenlawn. So let's see what Glenlawn's saying. The last ban is Yasuo. Alright, into our picking phase. Your narrator is first up. Bruns got the show first, and they're going to take the Kayn. So that was banned against them last game. Apparently there was a reason for it. They've got a Kayn jungle on the way now. The other side, Hub versus Ashe locks it in. Now what's Katie Raz thinking? So Ashe is a nice safe bot lane, lots of poke. If you do end up as a solo bot laner, Ashe can usually hold her own depending what she's up against. And a set, alright. Big and bruisery. Some true damage in there. Now they are showing two of their solo lanes here. Neither of these champions play jungle. So that will give the advantage actually to JH Bruns here, because they're going to have a chance to counterpick both the Ashe and the set, assuming it's a set top and an Ashe bottom. So Jax Jabs locks Darius into the set, and I really like this hover, Blitzcrank into Ashe. Ashe with a lot of slows and range and kiting ability. Doesn't do you much good if you get pulled in. Alistar's the same thing, right? You want to have a champion you can hard engage with. Both of those are pretty good options. Leona's even better than Alistar. Alistar's more of a disengage. You can use them to engage, it's not always as effective, but Blitzcrank, Leona, yeah, those are good choices. You don't always want to pull the set into your team, but if you can get your hooks on that Ashe and lane phase, that's going to be trouble. And so the final pick is Wukong. Interesting. Let's see if where the monkey ends up. If they're going to play it in the jungle or if they're going to try and put it in a lane. If they put it in a lane, it would be a Wukong mid, maybe? I guess we'll see. So Glenlawn's got the first ban in this second round here. Looks like they want to get the Zed out of here. Okay, so no assassins. No assassin, I guess I should say. Makes their mid lane a little bit easier for whoever mid ends up being. Now that makes me think it's not a Wukong mid, because you see Zed run at you, you just press your invisibility button and Zed ults the wrong clone and you laugh. So that would be a decent counter, actually, if you were used to the matchup. There's an Ahri ban from Bruns, followed by Jinx. So now they're going to target the AD carry a little bit. Got Kaisa and Jinx out. Let's see what else they can pull off on the other side. They did Samira last game to a lot of success, so maybe they're going to keep that in their back pocket. A lot of mid bans. Get rid of the Ahri, get rid of the Malzahar. So they're assuming that it's not a Wukong or an Ashe or a set mid. Okay. Again, Riot's done a very good job of balancing champions. I don't know if that's going to be a Lux Ashe bot lane, which is all poke, and they're just not going to run a jungle, or if they're going to send Lux mid and try to have either set or Wukong jungle with an Ashe solo lane. I would guess an Ashe Lux lane together, and they're going to run no jungler, but we will wait and see. Bruns trying to make decisions, trying to figure out where the other team's going, probably, same as we were just doing. See what Patrick thinks. He is going with the Samira. So Blitz Samira, similar to the Nautilus Samira. Blitz has a little less CC, but his pull is a little bit more effective because it gets them all the way to you instead of pulling you halfway to them. But it'll still work. You pull them in, you knock them up. That'll give Samira enough time to get an auto Q auto off and be ready for the rest of the engage. And an Akali mid. So they banned the Zed as an assassin and they took Akali instead. Cheeky move. So yeah, they got about a minute here to pick their runes and masteries, get themselves all figured out and ready to roll. I would guess that Glenlawn's not running a jungler by their picks. It'll probably be a Set or a Wukong mid. But let's look at our bot lane matchup because we know that one for sure. Ashe Lux versus Blitz Samira. Now both these teams have very clear win conditions. Ashe and Lux's win condition is do not fight. if they just keep throwing out Ash volleys and Lux E's, you will eventually whittle down the Blitzcrank and the Samira to the point where they can't fight. Right? Blitz pulls you in, you just kill them because they got no health left. On the flip side, Blitzcrank and Samira, Jackstraps, and Alien here have to recognize that that's the game plan for Glenlon. Their goal is going to be fight as often as they can. So Blitz is going to be constantly running around looking for pulls, trying to get that pressure out. And if he can land a pull, it's really hard for Ash and Lux to get out after that happens. So that's going to be the goal for those guys. They're going to be trying that as often as they can. So it should be a look for fights from JH Bruns, try not to fight from Glenlon. I don't like Glenlon's draft as much. If you looked at the last game we played, the 4v5, they drafted their 4-man team perfectly. Hold on and scale as hard as you can. If this game goes late, none of these guys have like insane crazy scaling. They're going to eventually, cap out. And once they've capped out, Bruns is just going to overtake them because they'll have 5 players that are strong versus 4 that are strong, not 4 that are insane against 5 that are strong. So I'm not sure what the game plan is here out of Glenlon, if they're going to try and like use their range to win really early. If they're like, Wukong has a decent team fight, but like they have a lot of AoE damage. But I don't know how you're going to AoE damage a Kayn who can walk through walls, and a Callie who's probably not going to be in a team fight but flanking, and a Blitzcrank who can pull one of your team members out of the group. It just, I don't know. I don't see this draft going super well for Glenlon, but I mean, I've seen some crazy things out of Wukongs and sets, so who knows, right? Anything can be anyone. If you're playing well enough, anyone can do anything, but drafts can put you at an advantage or a disadvantage. And having 4 men, obviously, 4 players, I should say, a big disadvantage. But if you're going to do it, I think playing towards a scaling comp is a better bet than playing towards a pokey team fighting comp. Because if you try to team fight, you're going to be at a natural disadvantage just because of your numbers. I do like the Kayn draft on Bruns' side, though. The ability to kind of... But you need to get to your form, right? Which is you do by ganking. And if the other team's only got 4 guys, 4 players, it makes it a little easier for you to run the map, to collect your farm, to pick spots at who you want to gank and where, to get the form that you want, whether that's Assassin Kayn or whether it's the Lifestealy Red Kayn. And I don't actually know, I'm not a jungler, it's not my main, so in the durability patch, I'm not actually sure which form is stronger. I would probably lean towards the Assassin Kayn, only because the Red Kayn won't have as much lifesteal, and so the durability won't maybe work as well. But I mean, maybe they took damage out of Blue Kayn too. I'm not sure how he was balanced in that last patch. So this will be my first time seeing Kayn since durability patch. So we'll have to wait and see which way he goes. Because he could go either way, right? They've got lots of tank out of Darius Blitzcrank. They got lots of damage out of Samira Akali. It's not like they need one or the other. And the other team's got 2 squishies in Ash Lux and 2 guys you could probably go toe-to-toe with in Wukong's set. So I don't know if there is a particular form that would be better or not in this matchup. All right, so we have 2 seconds left, and then we're going to go for it. Fingers crossed, everybody. Here it goes. Let's see if our game capture is going to play nicely with us today. Come on, load up. Do it. Nothing's actually popped up yet, so it's not that we're not capturing, it's that it's hasn't actually found it yet. Okay. I can see the screen, but it is not capturing. Let's try to... Let's try that. Uh-oh. All right, we can see them. This is good. This is better. Is it actually going to load up, though, or is it going to do this freeze again? Come on, load us in. This is the spectator bug mode I was talking about. The last time it did this, nothing ever loaded up, and it totally froze. So I'm going to just check the time right now. We might be frozen again. Alright, I can see objects, but I can't see people. They should have loaded up by now. Is there a way to reload? I wish there was a reload button. Because if I exit, I don't know if I can get back in anymore. That's the problem. By the time we loaded into the last one, we missed 10 minutes of it. So spectator mode is just being glitchy. Ugh. Alright, well let's try and see if I can organize here. This is really obnoxious. It's not like Riot's $1 million company that can afford to easily fix their game. You know what I mean? They're just a small indie game company that can't make their spectate mode work, I guess. Let's see if I can find someone else to stream this on Discord and we will capture it. Let's see. Not sure why it is doing this. Stream is down. What? Let me double check here. Should be live. I think it's just a oh yeah, it's live. It's just spectator mode. Yeah, that's the glitch. All right, we're going back to old school. Let's exit this one. We're gonna have to stream it through Discord yet again. Good times. All right, hang with me for a moment. We will be back very quickly. Where is my Discord?
Hey there.
Hello, hello.
Okay, let's see. It'll probably work.
Back in action again, hey? Alright, we are in. Full screen. Close the grid. Alright, I think we got it. Thank you.
No worries.
Alright, we're back in action. Only 4 minutes in this time. Much faster. See, well-oiled machine. We're used to Riot's glitches here. So it appears to be a 3-1 lead at the 4-minute mark already for JH Bruns, which is much better as opposed to the 1 kill lead they had at the 10-minute mark. They're up 2 kills already. A lot more brawling going on, which is good. That's what they want to be doing here. Let's see what's going on. So they do have Ashe in the bottom lane. They have sent Lux mid, and it was a Wukong jungler. There you go. So they did run a jungler, they did run a solo Ashe, and they did send the Lux to mid. So there you go. They did run a jungler this game. I was wrong. So yeah, there's a little bit of bullying going on in the top lane. Darius putting some damage down on that set every time he tries to farm. He does have the wave advantage. I mean, that's pretty classic top lane. It's very much a wave control lane. But Ashe and Samira trading back and forth. Samira using her bushes really well to make sure that Ashe can't get too many slows off. And Lux should have had a huge advantage against the Akali for the first few levels, just with the range advantage and everything. But now that Akali has hit her level 5, usually it's 3 actually, when she unlocks her whole kit, then it becomes a little more dangerous for Lux. You do have to make sure you don't step out of line or Akali will jump on you. And so Blitzcrank doing a good job of, you know, he's the extra man here. Like, they got the support and the other squad does not. So using his support abilities to wander around and affect the map. Interesting choice to try and solo kill the Ashe. I did have Kayn coming for backup, but it's a 2v2 now, which is not ideal. Oh, did he accidentally pull that? Oh, he punched the wrong guy. That's the clone. Uh-oh. I don't think Ashe meant to go back into the fight. Jax Jabs is here. We got a 4v3. A little bit of damage each way, and then the team's disengaged. There you go. So not too much to speak of for that fight there. And let's see who uses that fight for their advantage. So you can see Samira's back is going to fix the wave, whereas Ashe took a full back. So this should end up with a slight advantage for Bruns because Samira is fixing the wave. Should be able to push it in, get it to bounce, and then take her back, while Ashe loses some minions during this time. Mid lane, not much. They're both just still there back and forth, and of course top is top. But both Wukong and King headed into the jungle. So the only difference here, I think, was in the bot lane, where Samira went to fix the lane. And, you know, sitting at 3/4 health and half-ish mana, so could stick around if they wanted, but would likely be looking for some support. Uh-oh, here comes the gank, though. Did not have the wards up. Not a good, not great to be pushing that far in if you don't have wards. Did have an ult, though. Pulls it off, gets one, kill. Damage is gonna get 2. Oh no, gets juked by the clone. Great play by the Wukong. Almost a double kill for Samira in a 2v1 scenario. I think it was Jax Jabs? It was Jax Jabs again, just showing off some mastery of that Samira. Hops in, pops the first, almost gets the second, but the clone distracts a couple of shots and gives the Wukong time to get his Q up and smashes the Samira. So it's 1-for-1 in the bot lane. But here's the thing, Wukong did not fix that wave, he left it. So it is slow pushing towards Samira. Samira is going to be able to get back there and collect a ton of minions. Junglers out there, if you're listening, please watch your lanes. I know low ELO players will yell at you for taxing lanes, but in a case like that, when the fight is over and you're the only one left, make sure that wave crashes before you leave. You get gold, you get experience, and your AD carry gets to come back to a wave that is not shoving away from them and giving the enemy a free freeze. So well played by Wukong to get there and win the fight, but could have had more of an advantage if they'd stayed to fix the wave first. So every time you win a fight, just check the wave. If it's coming towards your team slowly, leave it, that's fine. If it is not, make sure you crash it so it bounces back to the middle and fixes. That's just a little rule of thumb for junglers. And if you're a laner, don't get mad if your jungler's taking CS out of their lane. They should be just trying to fix your wave. Alright, then we're back and forth. We see the scoreline now is 6-2 in favor of JH Bruns. Patrick Star takes a pretty beefy punch to the back of the head there, but he walks away. And Jax Jab's going full ham here, is proxying the wave. Now, he's not doing this for fun. He knows he's got Blitzcrank shadowing him in the jungle, so he doesn't have to worry about getting ganked at this point, or he'll have a moving ward out of Blitzcrank. He does have vision in there. See, Wukong knows it's coming. He stops and wards, he's scanning. He has a feeling that Jax Jabs is not going to be running forward like this for no reason. But it is going to buy them some time to get some extra turret damage off, some solo experience, maybe get some turret plates out of it. Abigail Raz fixing the vision situation here in the mid, replacing a pink ward of JH Bruns with her own, so that Glenlon can take some control of vision there in the mid. Again, not having a support. The biggest drawback to that is in vision. You're going to see Glenlon have a really hard time taking control of the map in terms of having eyes out. And in order to fix that, you can see they've put pink wards down all over the place. A lot of them are spending their gold on pinks, which is the only way you can try to stay in the game with vision. And at low, oh, there's the pull out of Blitzcrank, gets the engage, a little back four by Jax Jabs. There's the counter engage by Ashe as Wukong shows up though, and a nice AoE ult. Is Jax Jabs out? He is not. I think it's going to be a double for Wukong. Yes, it is. Now Cheesy Legend shows up as an assassin at the last minute, trades flashes with the Ashe, does get the kill, and manages to escape. Is going to be chased at low health by the Wukong, but I think we'll be able to snake their way out of there. Those assassins are pretty sneaky, but there are pinks everywhere. I don't know how you get out with pinks all over the place. Abigail Raz is going to collapse on her. Oh, uses the beautiful play to use the clones to jump that wall back and forth, and just dodges it. Is it an execute? No, that's a shutdown. Manages to dodge the clones of Wukong, or dodge back and forth over the wall using the Wukong clones and dashes. That was a beautiful play to almost escape with their life. And I thought there might have been an execute, but probably the clone would have done some damage at some point in that fight, and so it prevented an execute. So I'm not sure if it was an intentional execute or just really, really hard to walk that fine line between turrets without taking a shot, but either way, very well played by the Akali, but just not quite enough to get out of that tight situation. Oh, if Lux had kept her ult, that would have been a kill right there for sure. Jax Jabs, 9-7, huge level lead, is working on crushing this Ashe a little further now. Taking advantage, keeping the wave shoved in, pinning her under turret. She's low enough now that you could probably pull a dive off. Patrick Star also shoving waves. You can see kind of the awareness that they have this roaming Blitzcrank around is giving them a lot of pressure. They're pretty much just non-stop pushing, trying to knock down turrets, playing the game at an aggressive tempo, knowing that if Wukong shows up somewhere, the rest of the team can just dive something with Blitzcrank help. Now, the downside to Blitzcrank constantly being on the map, getting vision and roaming, is that he's only level 6. Right? He is severely underleveled. And you can see he just spent a bunch of time walking top lane, and there's nothing to do there. Right? They're shoved under turret. So what's he going to do? Not get any minion experience, not get any gold out of that ward. Instead, he's going to roam somewhere else. Oh, he's level 6. He's going to get killed by Wukong? No, he's still decently tanky. He's a Blitzcrank. But, like, all this time not being in lane is going to set him really... Like, he's farther behind than the Ashes, and the Ashe has been getting bullied by Jax Jabs this whole time. If I was Blitz, it's time to pick a lane just for a little bit so you can get some experience. Like, the fact that Jax Jabs can completely tower dive the AD carry is awesome. But if you're a Blitz, that means you can stand there and every pull's a guaranteed kill. It's free assists for you. You can soak the experience because you don't need to keep the Samira crazy far ahead in XP at this point. They've got the level advantage. Or you could even sit mid if you're thinking the Akali is having trouble with the Lux just to force the Lux out. But you're going to get poked by Lux. So I don't know. I'd pick a lane if I was Blitz is what I'm trying to say here. Just to get yourself back in the game. If you stay at level 6 for the next 5 minutes, you will be a non-factor. You'll pull someone and they'll just one-shot you and walk away. So, where's Blitzcrank now? Hiding in a bush, not soaking experience anywhere. Blitzcrank, come on, my friend. Get on that map. So Lux is doing a pretty good job getting the wave clearing down on the bottom by the looks of it. Is holding even with Cheesy Legends in terms of levels. You see lots of pink boards all over the place. Being cleared by Bruns occasionally, but that is it's good to see that Glenlon is playing the vision game, because that is a huge disadvantage in not putting a support on the map. Blitz again wandering back and forth between lanes. Set is pushed into turret. I don't know what your plan is there, and it's only, I mean, can you land it? Nope. Like, now run at them and punch them in the air. That's, and then soak some turret for your Darius. You don't want to trade turret aggro. So they're juggling the turret aggro back and forth. Oh, they do get it. Uh-oh, but it gave Wukong time to get there. And there's a shutdown on the Wukong. So juggling that aggro was actually not really the plan. If you're that far behind, you probably want to walk in, get your knock up, set to the edge of the turret range, and take as many turret shots as you can to give Darius time to just dive and work. And then you back out just before you die, and then just run away. Darius would have been almost full health after that fight, and maybe he could have turned it on the Wukong. I'm not sure how strong the Wukong is, but that shutdown on Wukong is going to be real nice for him. Objective bounties are coming up soon. It makes sense. They're 4v5, so there should be a bit of an objective bounty available for Glenlon. Just have to wait and see what happens with it. There's the dive. Jax Jabs just killing Ashe at will now. Ooh. And is going to get the last turret plate, too. There you go. First turret, plus turret plates. So Jax Jabs should bounce this wave. And by that I mean just crash it. Back, by, and head to mid, probably. I don't know what the dragon timer is, but... one dragon's down 14 minutes. Yeah, the next dragon's got to be up in a minute and a half or so. Katie Raz, keeping vision down. So you head mid as an AD carry. That gives you access to Raptors, access to the shortest lane, access to both Dragon and Rift Herald, especially if you're ahead. And then you can send your Akali down to the bot lane to start one-shotting the Ashe. I feel like Jack Shadows did a good enough job keeping Ashe behind that Akali should be able to kill them as well. And so if you want to spread your lead, that's how you do it. You force the other team to respond to you in mid while your assassin does some work. Oh, dunks to get out, and Katie Raz is gonna make it. Good job by Katie using the ult to get herself under turret. Or themselves under turret. Assuming it's a her, Katie Raz, but who knows? You never know. Get themselves under turret here, and now we've got, there's Akali going to pick off the Ashe, but Wukong collapses. Wukong's got the damage, right? He's godlike now. So yeah, I think that would have been a free kill for Akali if Wukong had not been there. But Wukong was there. You know what they say, ifs and buts were candy and nuts, right? So you got to have your vision down. You got to know where that jungler is. Now that the jungle's bottom, Kayn knows he can make a play topside, take topside jungle, do whatever he wants to do. I think he's waiting to intercept this set, because it was so close last time. You know Set used his ult to escape. If Kayn can go and hop in there and get that kill right away, well, that's going to be very bad for Set. He's going to lose this double wave. It just wouldn't end well at all. Now, Blitz did spot out the Wukong, so they know that it's going to be a 2v2, and so Kayn immediately backs out. So good decision making there by Bruns' jungle. Waiting to try to ruin Set's day, then recognizes he's getting collapsed on. They both back out, take the reset, and going to get ready for this dragon, which is up in a minute now. So they're leaving. Oh, excuse me. Rift Herald on the map. So not as much objective control out of Bruns this time. They're focusing a bit more on lanes, I guess. But they do have the first turret in the bottom lane. They have the second turret. There it is. So they've got all the outers now. They've completed the set. All the outers are down. And all of their outers are still up, which gives them a bit more map to work with now. So you don't have to worry as much. You can move your vision line up. You can ward a little deeper, knowing that it's safer for you because they don't have a turret to fall back to. So they're going to go for Dragon. They're going to set up a little bush camp here, expecting Glenlon to try and stop this Dragon fight. So if we stand here, they've got to walk blind into us. They don't have vision down. Or we just take Dragon. So they're going to wait here, see if the other team comes to get vision. If they don't, it's a free Dragon. If they do, it's a free kill. They've set up a good situation for themselves. So nobody came, they're just going to tear the Dragon down knowing that Glenlon's not going to contest now. They have vision on, who do they have vision on? Vision on the Ashe, and that's about it. Now they get the vision on the, oh, they might not have got vision on Lux there. And so Glenlon has a chance to push some waves out, but again, they don't have any turrets to fall back to, so. Oh, Set spider senses should be tingling now. They just hard shoved the mid wave with a bunch of people, and you have the only objective left on the map right above you. But they didn't. He stayed. Darius ghosted, got the pull. Set's in trouble now. There's the big punch, but it's not going to be enough. 3 of them. They destroy Set. They're going to push this lane out, and my guess is they're going to rotate for a Herald next. Because that's basically a free turret at this point. A Herald will do enough damage that you should be able to chunk it down with the Samir damage. Yep, there it is. They've made their call. Win the fight, take an objective. That's the name of the game here, guys. You want to snowball your lead? Win. If you kill someone, it's actually worthless unless you do something with it. So that kill results in a Rift Herald. That Rift Herald will result in a turret and extra gold for them. Especially if they run into the mid lane and win a mid fight right here. So they are 4v2 if mid stays. 5v2, they're all there. So they push them out. Are they gonna try and pursue? Blitz is looking for it. Oh, he does it. He gets the flash pull. That's Lux. There's gonna be a fight here in the mid. Ashe counter engages. Actually, they slowed him down. They just use it as a disengage. So the Blitz flash for the Ashe ult. A decent little trade there. Now, if they hard shove mid and dropped Herald, that should be the mid turret. Because you can tell they forced Glenlon away from this zone, away from this map. They can't get there anymore without walking all the way around and behind. Now, they do have a lot of wave clear out of Lux, but it's not going to be enough to stop Rift Herald. That should be, I think that's the turret, actually. Yep, there it is. So there's the mid turret gone. They can choose to fight and get another push, or they can back off with the extra golden map pressure they just took. Let's see what they go for. They're going for the fight. Blitz lands a hand from downtown. Samir gets some good damage off, but they're getting pretty tanky there. Doesn't do too much to Wukong. So they won the fight. Wukong jumps in. Ooh, gets a lot of damage out on that Darius. I think they're going to probably want to call the retreat now. So they quickly check through the enemy jungle. Is there anything we can take? Any consolation prizes here? Uh-oh. Nope, Jack shoves out. He gets pulled in, but there's nothing to stun to, so he just walks away. And his team regroups. Oh, Darius, you are playing a dangerous game, my friend. Doesn't get out. Darius drops. Another one for Wukong. Meanwhile, on the backside, Wukong picks up, Akali almost gets the assassination, but doesn't. It's a 3-for-0 in favor of Glenlon right now. Mostly Wukong doing damage, but Ashe is keeping them slowed. Oh, is he going for another one? Are we going to make it a 4-for-1 here? Bit of damage on the Kayn. Kayn gets the slow. Ooh, if Ashe had landed that volley, it might have been enough to kill him for sure. Ooh, Yuri the narrator. Run your narrator. Nope, that's another one. This Wukong is putting some work in. Jack's jabs get some good damage, but that is that an unofficial penta? No, I think someone else got a kill. I think it's a quadra. Unofficial quadra for Wukong. So, JH Bruns has their target. They know who they got to kill. But keep in mind, even with all of those kills, they lost Rift Herald, they lost Turret, and they lost a few members of their team during the course of that. Oh no, they didn't. They actually disengaged the first one. They're alright. So they just lost map pressure and objective control, and Ashe is going to return some now off of that fight. So, and an objective bounty. So the gold's actually getting a little closer here. It's only a 6k gold difference. Darius is thinking he can run down an Ashe. It would make me sad if that was true. Ashe has constant slows. Oh, if that landed, Ashe was dead. That was a nice juke at the last second. Ashe is notoriously hard to run down. I'm surprised that Patrick Star went for it without Ghost. But, I mean, if you know you have the Blitzcrank coming, maybe there's a chance, so. And it's not like he was anything better to do. You might as well head towards the minion wave, right? Get yourself in position to counter jungle a bit. Now, they really do need to put waves on that, or eyes on that Wukong. Get some deep vision out. Wukong is the one who's killing you right now. Make sure you can see him, and you won't have to worry so much. Now, Darius does not have the safety of a turret. So, Blitz turns to try and stop it. Cheesy Legends is there as well, but Akali does not want to try to assassinate Wukong and Set. So, the under-leveled Blitz is picked off again. Jack Shabs is here. He's going to be able to trade off some damage. Alright, Jack Shabs is very close. She's got her ult. Samira ult goes through. Ooh, man. Wukong doing some work, though. Alright, Samira gets the set, Samira gets the Ashe, Samira gets the Lux. Is somebody gonna get the Wukong? Too slippery? There we go, we finally get the Wukong down. That is a huge shutdown onto Darius, which will be really nice. And they'll be able to take a turret off this, because they kept wave control throughout that entire thing. Yeah, if you look at your Blitzcrank now, he's level 9, and you've got level 13s and 12s in the game, so that's why Blitz doesn't seem that effective. He gets his pull and it instantly dies. That's all he can do because he spent his early game wandering between waves. So they're trying to ping off Cheesy Legends. They want to take the dragon and secure themselves, but I think Cheesy Legends recognizes the value of this inhibitor and is going to knock it down first. No, he's not. That was a bit of a miscommunication there out of Bruns. They needed to pick their objective and play it together. They honestly should have stayed for the inhibitor because that opens up Baron. But now that you don't have an inhibitor, the minions won't push for you while you're Baroning. They're gonna get the dragon. But Akali is way out in the middle of nowhere, not contributing much here. Didn't manage to secure the objective that they wanted. If someone had just stayed and autoed it twice, they still would have been taking the dragon at about the same time, to be honest. So, bit of a miscommunication there. Teams splitting up, picking different objectives. That can be dangerous, especially in a 4v5 where you want to use your numbers advantage, right? And you can't do that if your team's in different places on the map. But they get lucky. They go unpunished other than not catching the inhibitor. And they rotate towards Baron. So you're going to start doing a Baron dance now. You do not want to get caught out by that monkey. Wukong does some damage. So Patrick Star there to back up to Samira just in case. I think that Glenlon has also recognized that Samira is doing a lot of damage after that triple kill last fight. Oh, leaving the pink there is bait. That was a bold move, and Ashe barely gets out with their life. They clear the pink. It is replaced, but it is immediately disabled, so Glenlon does not see what's happening. There's the blind pull. Blind pull? Blind pull. They don't have vision back there. Nicely done. Blitzcrank does Blitzcrank things, gets the blind pull. Now they have a 5v3. Patrick Star looking to zone that Wukong off. Alright, there's some damage on Wukong. There's the first ult, into an Ashe ult, into a Set ult. They've used all their major things now. And Wukong gets the Darius. Oh, but Samira's in. Samira with the ult shreds the Ashe, shreds the Set, and now it's 3v1, but the one left is Wukong. Oh, it doesn't matter if you're invisible. The Samira ult will still do damage, and that is just enough to keep Kayn alive. So they come out 3 kills to 2. They come out ahead of it, JH Bruns. They've got 3 dragons. They leave the Baron. They want to go finish this objective off, and I think that's a good call. This means if you Baron dance for long enough, your super minions will push into mid lane, and you'll force the other team to back out, which makes that minion, or sorry, that player number advantage much bigger. All right. Jack Shebs gets the inhibitor. They are now calling the Baron. That's what you want to see. The next minion wave that spawns gets a super, so if you just dance Baron for a bit, they're going to be forced to respond to minions, and you're going to get a free one. So they call it as they're respawning. It does look like Glenlon's aware of it. They're pinging it out. Now again, no support. They have no vision in the area. But they can kind of assume by the route that they took on the way out that Baron would be the call. They do have a jungler. There's the Ashe, so they do see it now. They're going to get into position. Katie Raz has been spotted out by that ward. They do have vision on the Baron now. In they go. Alright, here comes Suns. We gotta get with the ult. They just followed up the Ashe ult to keep the blitz out. Akali is assassinated by the Wukong. Wukong jumping all over the place. Wukong gets the cane. Samira gets a full ult off, though. Gets about half of Wukong's health. They don't like this fight. I think they're going to disengage. Patrick Star's getting picked off by Set. Set's got a big punch ready. Smokes the Samira with it. She going to get another ult off? She does. And the ult gets all 3. It is huge. They cannot get on Jack's jabs. And if they can't get on Jack's jabs, they can't win the fight. 2 ults in 1 fight by Jack's jabs. Really good positioning. Make sure that they can clear everybody off. That fight started really nicely for Glenlon, but just couldn't hold on to the Samira. She slipped out in the back, managed to get herself stacked up again, and the second ult was the nail in the coffin for that team fight. And because they had the inhibitor, the super minions push in, and they have wave control. This might be game here, actually. It's going to be close. 10 seconds with a fairly fed Samira. She's saving her dash, I think. No, that's going to be game. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. They've respawned just in time. Big shutdown. The Samira is gone. It is not game yet. Anyone's game, guys. Anyone's game. The inhibitor, or the Nexus still stands. The Samira is gone. The Blitzcrank is gone. Baron is still up. They've spotted out Cheesy Legends. Cheesy Legends running for their life. Oh, Set pulls him back in. Can't quite grab the stun off of Lux, but is Cheesy Legends out? The assassins, man, they're slippery. Cheesy Legends out, but cross map ult there, and they pick off the cane instead. There's going to be an objective in this for Glenlon if they make the call. But they can't keep running, right? The super minions are going to go take their Nexus. So if they want to do Baron, they've got to go now, and someone's still got to defend the base. But they sent both Ashe and Lux back. They got no damage left. They can't take an objective now. So what are these two doing? Right, you want to fight, what do you do with it? If the answer is try to fight 2v1 against Patrick Star, I mean, that's an option. But he's just dragging them around the map right now. So they won their fight, but they got nothing out of it. They didn't counter the red buff, they didn't get Dragon Visioner position, they didn't rotate to Baron, they managed to save their Nexus from dying to super minions. I mean, that's partially the power of the inhibitor. Alright, your 2 non-damaged players are on the Dragon. And it looks like Bruns is going to give it up and go for Baron instead. So they gave up Soul Point. So they turned that fight into something. Alright, wasn't clean, but it worked. But that means that Bruns is already halfway through Baron, and they're going to have to rotate through from 2 different directions. What's gonna happen here? Uh-oh. Alien throws the fists and misses, and here comes the fight. Now, keep in mind, Bruns has the Baron debuff on them. Blue team does secure it in the middle of that brawl. But let's see who comes out ahead of this fight here. Oh, they do kill Wukong, but he has a Guardian Angel. He's respawning. Ashe is throwing stuff down to try to keep him alive. They smush him, though, and that is the end of Wukong. This should be a clean fight now. There it is. That is almost an ace. All you got left is the Ashe. Ashe just has to run. Ignore the Ashe. Go take the base. Base greater than Ashe. So Ashe will be back there trying to defend, but 5v4. This should be game now for sure. I've got the Baron buff. All their players are up. They've mostly got health. All they have is an 80 carry with no support and no tank. Who can be one-on-one by Samira? So there we go. And that's it. Take the Nexus, game is over, and Bruns moves on to the next game in our B side. Alright, thanks for watching, everybody. And we were going to load up another game here right away, so stick around with us. We'll see if we can get spectator mode to work. Alright. So, who's up next? Has this game happened yet? Oh, yes, it has. Alright, we've got TDC versus Daniel McIntyre coming up. Oh, nope, that one happened. We might be following the story of JH Bruns. They've got Bruns versus TDC. Oh, we already saw that game. That's an exact rematch of our last one, isn't it? Yep. So we're going to jump up to the winner's bracket and watch the winner's bracket. Now, this isn't the final. This game gets you into the final. So it'll be FRC versus École Catholique, I believe. Let's see if it'll let me in. Hey, let me in. All right. So hopefully we get our spectator mode working. FRC versus École Catholique de l'Innovation. So. I will hang out in that lobby and let's hope that spectator mode works. I'm going to do a quick Google search and see if this is a common issue. Alright, let's see. Spectator mode. Nope, that's not it. Not seeing much, that's odd. Not seeing many reports of that bug. I guess it's just me. We're just special here. So we're just trying to get these teams all set up and ready to go. Oh, never mind. They are going to run the JH Bruns versus TDC game again. Okay. So this is the B side now. So they play. That's the first game we caught. It was on the A side. JH Bruns lost the 5v4, right? They're going to rematch now on the B side, and the loser's out. The winner moves on. So we're going to get ready for that one and see if we can follow JH Bruns' push from first round loss all the way to the finals here. Let's see what happens. Tournament code. Join us up. I'm in. All right. So we've got a rematch of our first match of the night, the one that we missed most of it because of the spectator bug. Obviously, we've got a good backup plan now. We can get in pretty quick if we have the same issue. But we're going to see. There's one trick. Aurelia's back in the lobby. All right, we're getting ready to roll here. So as these guys join up into our lobbies here, we'll get ready to roll. It will be... Oh, but you know what? TDC, who beat them 4v5, I believe their fifth player has now connected. So I think this will be a full-on regular 5v5 with Bruns versus TDC. So we should get to see the full squad doing their thing. So our bracket, as it stands right now, just so you guys know, TDC won their first game and then lost to Fort Richmond Collegiate, which bumped them down to the B bracket. So this is their B side game. It's a double elimination tournament. On our other side, Glenlawn won their first game, lost their second, which is why we just saw them play JH Bruns. So now that Glenlawn lost to Bruns, they are out. Bruns is now playing TDC. If Bruns wins, they go on to the bottom side final to make it to the actual finals. If TDC wins, they go on to the lower bracket final, which will then give them a chance to go to the actual finals. So there's still a chance to win the tournament here. The loser is out. The winner has to win every game from here on out. There's no mercy here. There's an A-side game happening between Fort Richmond and École Catholique de l'Innovation. And the winner of that game goes to the grand final. The loser gets bumped down to play the winner of this round. So we're almost there. I guess you could call this a semifinal. So this game's for a lot of the marbles. Not all the marbles, but a lot of the marbles. So we're going to have to wait and see how things roll here. And let's hope and pray that spectator mode does not glitch on us again. I did manage to get the mini-map up on the last one, which was nice. There was an issue with my Discord capture being too zoomed in, so thank you for catching that for me, Mr. QC Mr. Phil. Caught that, tweaked it for us, so we got mini-map at least. That was nice. Don't have to see just like the back of somebody's head. We were so zoomed in. So it looks like we've got TDC connected. This is the Toronto District Catholic High School, the Falcons. We're just waiting for JH Bruns to decompress and connect. So, I mean, I'm sure they are just talking through how did the last game go, what do they want to do, how did their last TDC game go, how do we play that, and your narrator's here. All right. So this is the start of JH Bruns logging in. Yep, here comes Alien. I hope that Blitzcrank does not wander the map aimlessly again. I would love to see him actually level up. Cheesy Legends is back. I mean, these guys know each other well enough by now. They've been playing back, and they've had a few games against each other, right? Or a couple of games already, so I think they both kind of know what to expect. We'll have to wait and see how they're... So of course, I'll make sure that I get us into the client for pick ban and talk through some of that with you guys once we get started. We don't need to see them getting into the lobbies. That's boring. Hey, you know what we need? I know what we need. We need background music. Alright, I think you heard it. It is time. Ooh, chroma key's not working. Let's try that. There we go. Alright, so back at picks and bans again. So we've got over on JH Bruns the Olaf ban. They saw what TDC did with it the last time. They're taking it out. TDC was happy with their Aerotrox ban, so they stuck with it. Back to JH Bruns. Shinzao is out. Oh, Darius. They've seen the power of Darius. They don't like it. They ban it. So you can see, obviously, the scouting is coming through here. Paying some respect to each other's champions. Lots of bruisery top jungles. Olafs and Shinzaos and Sets and Dariuses and Aatroxes. And there goes Yasuo. Alright, into our picks. Let's see what both teams are thinking. They let the Kayn through this time. TDC did, and so your narrator locks it right away. I mean, they had a pretty good run on Kayn last game, right? Well, Kayn seemed to work for them, so why not? Now let's see what TDC is thinking. So the Kayn is gone. TDC's got to make 2 picks. Vayne, one of the stronger AD carries in this meta. The durability, having true damage, is huge. And Urgot in the top lane. Okay, okay. Haven't seen an Urgot in a while. This will be nice. I just play a fair amount of Urgot. I like him. Back to JH Bruns here. We got Jax Jabs and Patrick Star making some choices. Jax Jabs, I'm sure, is loving this. He's finally got his Kai'Sa. He's been begging for it all tournament. And Kai'Sa comes through. Let's see what Patrick Star is thinking. So Kai'Sa versus Vayne. That'll be quite the duel. I mean, we saw what Kai'Sa could do on Samira, right? And, or what Kai'Sa, what Jax Jabs could do on Samira. And I believe Kai'Sa is his comfort pick. So Patrick Star does not want to give them the option to scale, so he takes the Nasus this time. Interesting choices. You're up against Urgot, who's got range. That might be a little tough for you. I'll have to wait and see. Please enjoy game, recognizing that Kai'Sa likes to move around a lot, has decided just to not let her do that. And there's the Leona lock. So Leona's specialty is holding people in place. That'll be great for Kai'Sa, good for Kayn, and could potentially be helpful for Thanasis. So a great pick on that Leona Vayne lane. It is interesting that Vayne's often just want to farm and scale, at least till they hit 6, which means Leona's entire early game is just watching the other team play and trying to disengage if they do something cheeky. But once Vayne gets up there, having a Leona hold you still can be very painful. So TDC has banned Yone and Yasuo. They don't want the hyper crit people in the game. And Malzahar. So we're targeting mid laners over on Bruns' side. Malzahar is out. The Akali, bit of respect ban there. You saw the Akali played last game, and now it is gone. What is Bruns left? Graves. Targeting the jungle a little bit. One of the strong bruisery jungle characters. Alright, back to our last picks here. TDC, Yunji is making decisions. What do we got? What do we got? Is it going to be jungle? Is it going to be mid? What are you thinking for us here? So far, all their picks have been fairly standard. You don't see Urgot, Vayne, or Leona usually in places other than bot and top. Vayne could go top, theoretically, but... Oh, it's going to be a mid Irelia. Is One Trick Irelia playing Irelia? Oh, they switched to Lissandra. I wanted to see One Trick Irelia on Irelia. I just feel like that's something we got to see today, you know? Oh, Kai'Sa Yuumi? Is that the play? Okay, Alistair. A little disengage if Leona comes in. No, we're going for it. We're doing the Yuumi. Come on, Alien. Morgana. Ooh, that'll be really good against the Lissandra and the Leona. I like that pick. That's going to be a good pick. Yeah, if Alien plays that well, Morgana could make a big difference in this game. You can't get condemned, you can't get stunned, you can't get locked, nothing. And it looks like Bruns is playing for the late game comp here. They've got Cheesy Legends on Vygar here, who will scale like crazy. Also infinite scaling. Nasus, who has infinite scaling. You've just got all of these options now to infinitely scale. I really like this. And now we got a jungler left for TDC. Who are they thinking? Who do you put up against Kayn? So Kayn wants to farm and get his stacks. Play someone who's gonna gank. Oh, another man. TDC loves those bruisers. Eh? It's gonna be Lilia. I like that better. They did need a little more AP, I think, in the build, and so Lilia will definitely help flesh out the amount of AP they bring to the table. So both teams quite well balanced. So here's the plan, guys. To try and get spectator mode to work, I'm not going to transition until I have fully loaded up on my screen. So things might look a little janky on the stream because the transition won't be as smooth as usual, but I'm worried that switching back and forth between screens is maybe causing issues with spectator mode, so I'm going to try and not click anything, and we'll see if I can get spectator mode to work, and then I'll transition us over. So, while we wait for that to happen, let's look at our bot lane. Kaisa Morgana against Leona Vayne. This should be, at least in theory, a fairly boring lane. Because if Leona tries to engage, Morgana will counter it with the black shield. Nothing should happen. They'll just walk away. If Kaisa tries to engage, or Morgana lands a bind, well, Leona's just going to pop the shield, go in and soak whatever they can, and then they'll just walk away. I do think Leona Vayne will have a little bit of extra advantage here just because Vayne's true damage is going to be so big in this meta. Like, Vayne will be able to kill Nasus. Will, at some point. Kai'Sa's got a lot of assassin potential, but if you look at that other team, there's nobody to assassinate. They're all bruisers. Same with Veigar. Veigar's got a ton of burst, but, like, your only target is Vayne. So TDC's got a pretty good draft in terms of, like, all of these bruisers against mostly assassin-y people. Like, Kai'Sa's got some true damage in her passive if she can stack it up. And you will have time to stack it with the durability patch out, but nobody shreds tanks like Vayne does, right? So a small advantage in the bot lane, I think, to the Vayne-Leona combo. If you do look at Bruns' side, we've got Urgot versus Nasus. Now, Urgot will have the advantage based on range. You can bully the Nasus a little bit, but you saw what happens, right? If Nasus can turtle long enough, it doesn't matter how bad he's bullied early, Nasus will come online. So that's going to be an Urgot early, Nasus late kind of a matchup. So I would expect to see Lilia pay a few visits to Nasus to try and make sure to punish his early game to get Urgot going, get Urgot ahead enough that he can keep fighting Nasus to, like, make sure Nasus can't stay in lane for too long. In our mid, we've got Veigar versus Lissandra. Now, Veigar's got that huge disengagey arena thing, but if you can bait that out, Lissandra has CC and wave clear for days. So they just have, like, in terms of the actual lane phase, Veigar's just going to be looking to farm, and Lissandra's just going to try and harass, but not very effectively. Like, I think the edge actually goes to Veigar. He's going to have an easy time farming, and if you go even with Lissandra, you slowly pull ahead. Once Lissandra hits 6, Lissandra has the ability to all in the Veigar pretty easily, especially with a little bit of help, just because her ult and CC, like, she can hold Veigar for a very long time, but Lissandra's almost always spec into a stopwatch, so you can just stopwatch the Veigar ult and it does no damage. A well-done Lissandra should beat a Veigar around level 6, but Veigar will eventually outscale Lissandra, which will be, I think, the goal of Bruns in this game. That being said, if you want to look at TDC's goal, look at the engage they bring to the table. Lilia can engage from across the map with a sleepy bowling ball. You got Leona's hard engage with her ult, followed by her E and her Q combo. You got Lissandra, who can jump in, ult somebody, and then make herself invincible. Like, they have so many tools to start fights. And then Urgot and Vayne to get in there. Urgot to splash some damage, you have to deal with Urgot. Otherwise, his ult will execute people and he'll just kill everyone. And you do have to find a way to the Vayne through a Leona, through a Lissandra, through a Lilia, through an Urgot. I really like the team comp that TDC has put together. I feel like they're going to be trying to do more of a team fight thing. And Bruns might try for more of a split push with Nasus, and then just disengage with Veigar, disengage with Morgana, wave clear as best you can with Kaisa. I'm not sure where Kayn fits into their comp. That's the one thing I'm a little bit confused about. So, all right. Now, I'm not going to click anything until we are in spectate mode, and let's hope it doesn't turn black. Otherwise, I am going to panic text the Bruns coach again and see if I can get him to stream the game for us over Discord. It won't be as nice as the setup we get through our own spectate mode, but let's see what happens. All right, I got a black screen. We are in. Not in the game. We're just in the loading screen here. Who's the best looking team? That's the real question. Best looking team goes to JH Bruns. They have 4 skins versus the other team's 3. I know you guys can't see it, but that's where we're at right now. It does look like my stream has expanded again, zoomed in a bit. I'll have to rework that once we get into spectate mode, assuming spectate mode is going to work for us. Why are we at 0% loaded? If we want to look at the mastery points here, again, you guys can't see it, but Vayne has 240,000 mastery points. Oof. Okay. We're in spectate mode. And the bad news is, it is all black. Again. Let me just open the scoreboard really quick. Yeah. I can't see items. Alright, we're going to have to do that thing again. Sorry, guys. I'm going to exit out. And we're going to load up through Andrew once more. Oh, my screen is frozen. Come on. There we go. Alright, let me call him again. Live game.
Hey there, that not work again.
Not working again. Same thing. Loads in black screen. So.
Joy. All right, I'll hook you up.
Sweet, thank you. All right, so from now on, we're all rooting for Bruns because he's the one who's supplying the stream. You guys got to go all the way, otherwise I don't know how we're gonna watch this without spectate mode.
We'll see how she goes. Yep.
All right, we are in. Let's close the grid. Let's see the mini map. All right, we are live and at the action. 56 seconds in. Oh, we got in time, and there is a brawl in the jungle. Man, I'm glad we got here. Here we go. So, one trick Aurelia flashes in. Burns Flash does not get anything out of it, though. Patrick Star tries to re-engage, and it looks like we've gone 0 for 0. Quick recap here. Vayne has blown Flash. Vayne has blown Cleanse. Leona has blown Flash, and Lilia has blown Flash. If you look at Bruns, Kane's Flash is down. Kaisa's Flash is down. So, 2 flashes for 3, and a Cleanse. So Bruns actually comes out on top of that in terms of summoner spells. Both are just backing, regrouping, to start their clears. It does look, though, like One Trick Aurelia will have a slight advantage in terms of she had more health and didn't have to back, so she's going to be ahead on her tempo there. She's going to be finishing her clear faster, able to make a move on the map faster. Oh, Cheesy Legends almost clips him with the stun. Not that it would do much without a second ability to follow up, but I guess Legends had to take the stun in order for the brawl that happened. But him not starting Q is going to be really rough because he's not going to be able to start stacking right away until he hits level 2, which is going to take a while. So he's going to lose about 9 minions worth of potential stacks. See, like, he's trapped Lysandra, but like, what? You can't follow up, right? So it's kind of a waste of an ability, to be honest. If they got a kill in the mid, and they got a bunch of summoners out of it, it was worth it. But it's going to put his lane phase on a bit of a damper, so it's too bad they didn't get a first blood out of it. There goes Leona. He hits the level 2 and immediately all into Aliens. Aliens got caught, did not have level 2, so could not put down the shield, and Vayne gets first blood. You hate to see it. A first blood on Vayne is not ideal. So that's, I mean, the tenets of League of Legends, that's one of the main ones, right? Take advantage of your power spikes, and level 2 is the main one. So you can see the second Leona hit 2, immediately jumped in, and because Morgana didn't have her 2, there were no tools left for them to deal with it. And so that results in a first blood. You have to respect the other team's level 2. When their third melee minion is about to die, you peace out. Unless you can get there at the same time, and you know you have a stronger fight. So, going to be a little cheater back action there. So they crash the wave hard, and then they take their back right away, which means they should be able to get back before the wave crashes. So they get to go back, spend their first blood gold, not lose any minions, and get back as a double wave crashes. Now, the trade-off is the other team will be at level 3, while they'll be at level 2, because the other team's been there for all the minions that are dying. They will hit level 3 on the wave as it crashes, but they won't be able to brawl right away when they return. They're going to have to wait for the waves to equalize, but then they will have an item advantage, a potion advantage, and so the advantage of the bot lane will shift towards TDC here. All right, there we go. We got the stun, and now you have a second ability, and you can see that that was a much more effective stun. Leona gets the engage, though. There is the immune, though, so the stun doesn't come through on Jack's jabs, and he gets to trade back the entire time. Your narrator ganking the top, getting some orbs out of this Urgot. Are they going to get the kill? No, but they do get the flash. Lilia has shown up, lands the bowling ball, but won't have ult yet, so not much they can do about it. Patrick Star tries to turn it into a bit of a gank, but they are getting collapsed on by the Lysandra. Is your narrator out? Not quite. Oh, he hops into the wall at the last second. That heal's going to keep him alive. No, it's not. The Ignite finishes him up. Urgot chases Lilia chases the Nasus, and it is a 3-0 lead for TDC at the 4:30 mark. I shouldn't have said I was cheering for Bruns. I guess I cursed it. All right. Yeah, TDC with a great roam by Lysandra. Lysandra's been shoving the Vygar in fairly consistently, And that's only good if you can use that timer for something, right? So when Lysandra crashed that last wave, they used the time they had before Vigar could push out to roam up top and kind of counter gank. And it turned into a couple kills for their team. So a good play there. And see, they're just getting back now. They had to back after that. But they're getting back now, and their wave has just arrived. So they don't actually lose any minions off that. But Vigar's hard shoved, and see now he's using his timer. So he roams, traps the Vayne in the arena. Vayne manages to not stun, but Vayne is out of mana. So Vigar knows not to stand near a wall. Lysandra roams down. There is a full brawl in the Dragon Pit, but everybody's collapsed. If Vayne turns it into a kill on the Vigar, can they continue the fight? It's 4v3. Leona's a little low, but has used all of the engaged tools. Should be coming back up again soon, though. Nope, so are they going to turn this into a dragon then? They are 4v3. It looks like that's the call. They're clearing the wards. They're going to start the dragon. So they're going to turn that team fight into an objective, and the objective of choice is dragon. So unless Kane is going to run over there. No, they got the teamwork. They're going to pull this thing out. They know the drill. So by all backing out, that pulls the dragon out of the pit, makes it a lot harder for Kane to finish, but they accidentally switched to aggro, pulled it too far, and the dragon reset. So they're not actually going to be able to finish dragon there. A little bit of a misplay. Oh, there's the fight though. Urga gets the pull onto Nasus, gets all the knee shotguns off, and Nasus takes an absolute beating off of that. Good play by Demon Eyes to pull the trigger at just the right time, not to clip the minion or anything, but gets the pull as some of the knee shotguns were up. Nasus needs to bounce this wave and needs to bounce it badly because you can't. As Nasus, the dream is to freeze, and that's not going to happen with a minion wave like this. So this will work. This should crash it. Yeah, there's too many there for Demon Eyes to soak all that damage. He's got to find a way. Urgot's surprisingly difficult to farm with under turrets because of the knee shotguns. When one of those things goes off, it damages the whole wave to the point where the turret will one-shot them. So until you get level 9 and your auto-cannons on all the time, he's fairly difficult to farm with under turret if you can shove him. He has enough AoE that it can often be hard to get him pushed under, but if you can do it, it's a good way to counter Urgot. Shove him under a turret where he's going to struggle farming. It's kind of like Tristana. His passive makes it hard to farm under turrets. So see where he has to position there not to trigger the knee shotguns? He has certain farming zones he has to use. If you get used to Urgot, you can predict where he's going to stand, or you can force him to shove waves. Great kiting by Lily on that camp, using the leash range to make sure you can maximize the speed. Okay, Urgot kept all of his shotguns up, so when he got the pull, he actually got a really strong engage, and Kane was there as well, though. So now he's on retreat, and he doesn't have his dash, he doesn't have his shield, and Patrick Star gets a kill, which is going to be a bunch of stacks onto him. So great job by your narrator, showing up on Kane at the right time. Azur got engaged. He used all his tools to get in. He had nothing to get out. And Nasus and your narrator turned that on him. And put JH Bruns on the board with the Nasus, who again is who they want to get scaling and going here. So Lysandra has pushed and is starting to roam again, but Kane spots him out. There's the collapse. Oh, uses the fist, the frozen fist thing, and just gets out in time. I don't know what that one's called. I should. I played a bunch of Lysandra back in the day. But uses her thing to dodge the arena, and there's going to be a brawl in front of, or maybe is it going to be in top lane? I thought it was going to be in front of Rift. No, they're going to try and collapse on this Lilia. Don't go back there, Lilia. Oh, she wants to fight? Oh, that's a poor idea. That's a poor idea. She flashes out. She does. She buys just enough time for the rest of the team to arrive. Presses R, puts one of them asleep. And they are going to turn this fight. No, Nasus gets one. It's a 1-for-1 right now. That brawl's still happening. Bottom lane, a bit of a dive, but nothing's going on. Nasus still there, smushing the Leona, but not doing as much damage as expected. Patrick Star is now 3v1. Not great for Patrick Star, but might be able to pull one more off. Not quite. Lysandra gets it. They put 4 in the top lane, and it ended up being... they did get a kill back, but it was a 2-for-1 in favor of TDC. So they take a 6-2 lead in this game. The goal is still fairly close, 2k at the 10-minute mark. But, so that means bottom lane is 2v1 because they did send Leona up there. So are they going to dive or just shove Vayne in? If you know you've got a 2v1, if I was Morgana, I would have been looking for an engage there for sure. Like, you got flash. If you need to flash bind, or flash wait till she tumbles and bind, you do what you need to do to force that engage. If you let Leona leave and roam and don't punish it, that's going to cause your team some problems. And you see it did in the top lane. Again, great leashing by Lilia to get the 2 camps at the same time there. You see, she knows what she's doing in jungle, the Lilia. Using those leech timers is key to earning yourself extra seconds on the map. And it sounds like, what good's an extra second? It makes a big difference. If you can arrive to a fight 3 or 4 seconds before someone else, that's like a full rotation of spells and half your cooldowns back before the other guy even shows up, right? So it doesn't seem like much, but efficient jungle pathing does make a big difference to your ability to impact the map if you know where you're going and you get there quickly. Alright, Vayne's farming up. Let's take a look at our levels here. Morgana is level 5 to Leona's level 6. So there is a window in the bot lane for a fight now. If they do manage to pull this trigger, there's going to be trouble. Leona puts a stop to that with a black shield and a bind, though. They can't quite get the dive off. Morgana has now hit 6, which makes dive to be a lot trickier. You dive in, she presses R, your whole team gets stunned under a turret. Not ideal. Not ideal. So that's good for them, at least. See, Vayne, with all that solo experience in the bottom, has now hit level 7. So because Vayne was 2v1 for a while and not punished for it, she gains an experience advantage, and so now is slightly ahead of the bottom lane. Likely back in CS, can't see the CS numbers here, because it's really hard to farm 2v1. So likely back a bit in farm, but the experience advantage gives her some combat edge. And if you could... Ooh, almost got pulled. If you could use that level advantage to get a kill, then suddenly you can start catching up on farm. One Trick Aurelia tries for the gank, does a little drive-by, 0 success, and heads back up into the jungle. Her bot side is gone, though, so there's not much she can do. She's going to take her back, reset, and probably head top for Krugs and Rift Herald, but we will see. We will see. Blue team's pinging it now. It looks like Jage Bruns knows the plan. Ooh. Legends trading a bit with... Lysandra, but misses the arena, the stun, so he's going to have to back out. So you can see, as Nasus goes for the last hit, Urgot's just going to pull the trigger on him and splish some damage out. Every time Nasus goes to the last hit, that's kind of what you have to do. If you let him take a minion unpunished, he'll just scale infinitely. And that's the dream. Oh! Oh, Patrick Star, he got that ward off just at the right time to back off before. If he got engaged on there, it would have been a good chunk of his health. Your narrator's wave clearing, maybe looking for a gank. Let's see what happens. So you can see a deep ward by the Urgot is going to serve to protect the Rift Herald clear. And because he's got Nasus kind of shoved in a little bit, he's not going to be able to rotate as efficiently. You can see Leona also putting deep wards down. Not that it's going to stop Kayn from being able to counter this gank, but there's a lot of sketchy action happening around the top and the mid lane here. Veigar's roam down now, Leona's down there. They're either going to give up the Rift Herald or they're going to brawl. Let's see what the choice is here. Oh, Rift is down already. They took it. Alright, never mind. Rift has been taken. They're still hanging out in the area, though. Like, I don't know if they're... they might be just looking to try and slow down Patrick Star's farming a bit. He's got a decent freeze there. He's holding it. It's really hard to break a freeze as Urgot, because the other team can't push against you. Oh, man. Vayne with her ult is doing some work. Oh! A nice condemn, but it turns into a 1v1. Condemned into the turret was perfect, but in order to do that, had to roll to just within turret range. And Kai'Sa's Q made sure there was no minions, enough damage that it was enough to kill him. So a 1-for-1 kill there. Actually, I think this is going to go out in Bruns' favor, because it's going to freeze just outside Bruns' turret. It's hard to read the wave from here, but if you look down at that mini-map, it looks like it might just freeze outside turret, which is good for Bruns. So that'll be nice for Kai'Sa. Little trade back and forth. Looks like Lysandra comes out the stronger of that trade. Again, I don't think the stun hit from Veigar, so that's costing him a bit of his damage ability here. He's really trying to get Lysandra down to half health, where he can do a full rotation, press R, and just pop him. Oh, there he's in the arena. Oh, there he gets the flash out. Now, interesting thing with Lysandra, that frozen hand she throws as she blinks to, it's not a true blink, it is actually a dash. If you try to do that through a Veigar wall, you will get stunned. A lot of people don't know that. I didn't know it when I first started playing Lysandra. I thought it was a blink. A number of times I got stunned by a Veigar thing and I was mad about it. Well, no, it's a dash. You just get to dash to your hand. So, it's an instant dash, you just show up there, but you do have to travel through the space in between, which includes stuff like the Veigar stun arena. So, do be careful if you're playing Lysandra. Alright, we've got a little black pool out, try to soften the wave up a little bit as they're clearing out vision. TDC's taking control of this bot lane, making sure they are safe when they shove. Nasus is just going to enjoy his time under turret. Get as many... Oh, that is a lot of wards for Jax Gems to collect here. Very nice. Looks like a lot of them playing around Dragon. Dragon's not even... oh, never mind. It's a minute. That's why. So it's not even on the map yet. It's 1 minute till it's up, which is the right time to get vision. Your wards last like 2 to 3 minutes. They actually scale up a little bit based on level, but when there is like a minute 30 left, you want to start getting your vision up and protecting it. Nasus turns and burns the Urgot, though. Look at that. So if he has a teleport up, which he does, he has the potential to push that in, force Urgot up to top lane, and then head down and join the dragon fight. This could be a dragon for Bruns. Ooh, Drowsy. Black shields the Drowsy, so that is the ult out of Lilia for literally nothing. That is a huge black shield by Morgana. Although there was a fair amount of damage put out by TDC. So you can see with the dragon spawning soon, they're looking to fight. If you can win this bot lane fight now, dragon is yours. Lysandra comes in, gets the ult on the Morgana. Morgana is popped. Vigar, though, has killed Lilia and then killed Lysandra. So Vigar came down and got a ton of burst damage down, and it looks like Bruns has won that fight. Kane is still hanging out, looking to do some more damage. Flashes in, some splash damage down. Is he going to be able to pop one? He goes into the Leona. I don't know if Leona's the target you really want to be hitting there. Vayne has turned onto the Vigar. Is going to kill him. Vayne gets one. Vayne does not get the second, though. Kaisa gets out with a sliver of health, and it ends up being a 3 for 3 now. Urgot has returned to top lane. Nasus is backing. Looks like nobody's in position to take dragon. They've all taken too much damage. Kaisa's going to launch a W at them? Nah, just going to back. Alright, now teams are going to reset. But if you look at the dragon situation, both teams have decent vision around it, but TDC's is deeper. TDC has a lot of deep vision down there. They will have a bit of an advantage in when people are coming in. See Morgana being very careful with that, throwing in the black pool first, just to check it. But that clears a lot of the deep vision out, and all that's left is a single ward on Dragon for TDC. Because the green... I think the green ward that Bruns dropped has been disabled. Oh, gets a catch, though. Alien's vision paying off. Oh no, it's not disabled. It's still there. It's out of pink ward range. There you go. So both teams have a single ward on Dragon. You can see TDC has pushed a deep ward around the top side of the pit. They're coming in now. Leona gets a ward, but at the expense of a black shield and a pool and some damage, and is going to clear out the vision. They now have a... Oh, there's a catch. Oh, that is the end of Leona instantly. Leona gets caught trying to get the vision established. If you are worried about getting vision, you have to go as a squad, right? If you're a Leona, you don't go alone. You got to make sure you have someone backing you up. So when they come in, you can clear it out. Now, JH Bruns will start winning the vision game. So now they have numbers, and they have vision, and they have Prio in top. Nasus could just walk away from this and teleport, and would actually put himself in a pretty good position. The thing is, he has to make... Oh, they get another pick on Lilia. Is it going to be enough? No, Lilia's out. But hey, any damage you can put on the jungler before a dragon fight is valuable damage. Leona has respawned and is on their way back. Jackshab starts on the dragon. They do have it pinked. Jackshab is going to clear that out. I think this dragon should go. There they go. Red team stole it. Red team stole the Cloud Drake in that fight. And now there is a brawl. Leona got there just in time to turn it. They're going to get kills too. Not only do they take the dragon, they take the Kaisa, the Morgana, and the Kayn. Nasus has teleported in. So he's finally there for the fight. He is doing a lot of damage, but he is 3v1. He's going to be able to get anybody. He's put to sleep. He brought everyone down to 10 health, but hasn't killed anyone yet. And they get him. Oh my goodness. Catastrophe for Bruns. Look at them all with 200 and less health left. But because of how they dashed in and out and kited him, he just couldn't focus. Nasus couldn't focus fire a single one. Lilia did manage to steal the dragon. And so Bruns gets nothing and gives everything to TDC. That is a 5k gold lead now and a 7 kill lead. That was a TSN turning point, if you will. In a close game, I think TDC has just taken a fairly commanding lead. Bruns is going to have to play a little more careful, use their vision, and try to get themselves a pick here now to pull themselves back in. So top turret went down because Urgot did not join that fight. Vayne took bottom off of the dragon fight, and so now all of Bruns' outers are down. TDC is missing their top lane outer. But that's about it. There are bounties up and available now for JH Bruns, and it looks like One Trick Aurelia is going to start working on the Rift Herald as well. JH Bruns has a feeling they're collapsing on it. Oh, Demonize might have got himself caught. He's taking a lot of damage. He dashes out, but it's not quite enough. Just manages to get out of range of the Vigar stun. Vigar stun is a big part of your engage there, so not having that available is going to be a problem. Oh, UG hops in on... Ooh, look at that damage. Yunji does a lot to Morgana and finally finishes her off. The ult, the bind, the Q splashes enough damage that they not only get the Morgana, but they secure the Rift Herald. And now they're going to try and gank the Nasus. Nasus should be out with his Wither. Yeah. Dodges the slow, uses his Ghost for it. But there's another brawl happening. 2v3 in the jungle. They pop the Kaisa right away. Cheesy Legends then gets stunned up. And Vigar is down as well. So that's another 3 onto... oh, look at the timing. 3 onto TDC. And they take the Herald. And after they take the Herald, the Baron spawns. Did they get the Herald or did the Baron eat it? I don't know. But they're going to get Baron off this as well. On spawn, 20-minute Baron. There you go. That is, again, a massive swing for TDC. Starts with the smite, turns in, on the dragon, the smite steal, turns into a fight, turns into outer turrets. Those turn into another mismatched fight in the jungle, which turns into a Rift Herald and a Baron. Oof. That is how you snowball a good play. You turn one good play into the other. You keep pressing the advantage, forcing the other team to come meet you where they don't want to meet you, maybe with a minion or numbers disadvantage. And now Bruns has had a chance for a full reset. So that one play resulted in plays all across the map in favor of TDC. And now Bruns is reset. But they're so far behind from that set of plays. Almost 9k gold now. That they're going to have to play the vision game. They're going to have to play it well. Although, I mean, that being said, they're down 10 kills, but they do have Nasus and Vigar, right? It is definitely not over. Nasus was very close to getting a triple kill in that dragon fight. If you give him 5 more minutes to farm, he will get that triple kill. Because those 200 health will be just what he gets in stacks. Okay, so they did get the Rift Herald. They dropped it mid. They grouped mid and are dropping it mid. I think they recognize, TDC recognizes the timer that they're on. If they don't finish and finish soon, Vigar and Nasus are going to scale. So they grab the Rift Herald, they drop 2 turrets with it. They're going to try and get an inhibitor at the 21-minute mark. Ooh. Just gets that Zhonya's off in time, and so the fight continues. There was a good pick off of the Vigar, but in they go. They do manage to pop the Leona. She soaked a lot of abilities. The Vayne is just in there, though, banging around way too far forward. Kaisa picks him off. There wasn't enough peel in place. Urgot jumps into the fight, starts suppressing damage. You can see the counter engage by the Lysandra results in a lot of damage, and Urgot, splishing around, cleans up 3, cleans up 4, cleans up 4. And that might be game, guys. A really nice engage by the Urgot results in a 4v5. Or a full team ace, I guess it is. And that is game for TDC. TDC is going to move on to our B-side finals here, and I'm going to have to find a new way to stream these games if spectator mode is going to keep glitching. There we go. So hang around. We'll get another game going for us shortly. We're getting near the end of this tournament. We're into our last 2 games, so we'll see you guys all in a minute. All right, we're into our pick band phase, friends. So
The
we
weak fear
have
the
coming up
shadows.
this game. We
Fear
have got
controls
École
them.
Catholique de l'Innovation versus TDC, the Toronto District Christian High School. So that is the matchup we've got today. Just gonna wait and see what we've got here. So the Kane band comes out first from École de l'Innovation, and we've got a Hecarim band. All right. So far, pretty
The
standard.
warrior spirit is never broken.
Shinzao is now out. So seeing a lot of the same bands: Shinzao's, Hecarims, Kane's, Olaf's. Seems like the bruisers are a little busted in this day and age of durability.
I do not tolerate cowardice.
There we go. Darius, yeah, another bruiser.
Impure fools.
And Vayne, of course, the one who can kill bruisers. Get rid of them. That makes sense. Never really gonna try and play bruisers. You don't want the bruiser killers in the game. All right, last band, Demon Eyes. What are you thinking? Take their time, maybe they're chatting, strategizing. Samira's out. Okay. Interesting. They're not playing JH Bruns here, but they still banned the Samira. Alright, so we're heading over to École Catholique de l'Innovation. They're going to get their first pick here. Illusion 27. What are you thinking? Is it going to be a bruiser, guys? What do you think? Probably, right? Oh, it is not. Straight for bot lane. You're going to show your 80 carry. Okay, so we've got a Misfortune on the board. Interesting. I wouldn't put Misfortune as your typical tank killer, which seems to be meta, but I mean, hey, Misfortune's dangerous, so... Ooh, Swain Viego. Now here's the question. Is it mid Swain or support Swain? Because they've been doing... Those buffs have, you know, moved Swain's power around a little bit. Guess we'll have to wait and see. And Lilia, back to the bruisers. We got bruiser meta here. Swain bruisery, Viego, kind of drain tank bruisery. Lilia, definitely bruisery. Ooh, here's a support if I've ever seen one. Talia, that'd be weird. Soraka, okay, so we got Soraka, Misfortune, bot lane, and a jungle from École Catholique. So they've only shown one Lang and a jungler. On the other side, we got Swain, who could theoretically flex, but probably mid. Viego, who's jungle. Who are they showing next? What is Yunji going to show us? Kaisa! So they are taking the Kaisa this time. Getting a little true damage out. If you can't get the Vayne, I guess you take the Kaisa. Alright, last round of bans here. So we're going to start with TDC. I think one trick Aurelia will play Aurelia today. I don't know how she is on this patch, so... Alright, Demonize. Rengar. Oh, okay. Rengar's out. Back to Illusion. Kodiaks are taking their time as well. Pondering things. What is TDC? We got Kodiaks versus TDC Falcons. Alright. Falcons. Nautilus. Alright. Well, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Nautilus is an interesting fellow to come up against, that's for sure. Can be very annoying, especially against a Soraka Misfortune. You don't want an engaged support, and you know they're going to lock one soon. Oriana's out, so they're targeting mids. Interesting they banned the Rengar with Lilia already locked. It seems like an odd ban to target jungle when they've already picked a jungler, but I would expect to see another support ban probably here out of the Kodiaks. Yep, there goes Renata. Alright. Now, mid lane. By the looks of things. So, maybe it is a Swain support. Wait and see, wait and see. Oh, no, never mind. Now we're hovering supports. Rel, Blitz, Zillion, Senna. Come on. Gonna be Leona again? Alright. Big old tank. You get your hooks into Misfortune or Soraka, and Kais will be able to do some work. Now, I've been hearing that when you get the blank screen bug in spectator mode, you can just smash the time next key and sometimes it fires up. So we're going to try that this game. Otherwise, I've got a coach ready to stream this on Discord if we need. So we will try yet another approach to getting spectator mode to work, but it's been buggy tonight. Kled top. Okay. Okay. And Zoe mid. Oh, I don't like Zoe. One of my least favorite champions. Not because they're not good. I just find them so frustrating to play against. So they just pop out a fog of war and put you to sleep and then one-shot you when you can't even see them. So we got a Zoe and a Kled. Although I don't know how the durability patch has treated Zoe. I imagine it would be kind to Kled. The longer he gets to stand around, the more likely he is to remount his Scarl. Oh, is he going to do it? He does it! Please tell me that you're going to trade that to one Trick Aurelia, right? One Trick Aurelia is going to play Aurelia? No. Yoon-Ji's gonna play Aurelia. Oh, got my hopes all up and everything. All right. So we do our bot lane matchup. We got MF Soraka versus Kaisa Leona. MF Soraka is going to be as passive a lane as you can kind of get. So, I mean, Miss Fortune will look for the occasional bounce if she can set up a wave just to zone the Kaisa out from behind. But other than Soraka throwing down some of her starfalls, there's not a lot they can do. Even Lilia, there's no CC, so you don't really have a gank in bottom lane if you're Lilia until you hit level 6. Kaisa Leona, on the other hand, do not want to sit around and let Misfortune poke and let Starfalls happen. They're going to be looking for opportunities to engage whenever they can. So I think we're going to see a bit of a brawl here at a TDC in the bot lane. They're going to be looking to fight. Aurelia's Zoe is going to be very painful for Aurelia for the first few levels until she gets something under her belt. Zoe's going to have a lot more range, a lot more damage to poke at her. But once Aurelia gets her levels and she has her dashes, good luck landing any of Zoe's skill shots. A fast Aurelia will be able to predict those and dash to minions and dodge things, and Zoe won't be able to go near the minion wave if there are low minions there. So, edge to Zoe early, but Aurelia can definitely make something of that if they are good on Aurelia come the mid to late game, more the mid game, the late laning phase. Lilia versus Viego, right in our jungle. So Lilia looking probably to clear to 6 because you don't have a lot of gank opportunities. If Zoe could land a bubble, that would give you the opportunity to run in there. But no one else has a lot of, like, a decent CC. Like, Kled's got the bear trap on a rope, but, like, you don't really want to go toe-to-toe with Swain, to be quite honest. And it's not enough CC to give Lilia time to get there. So I would expect to see Lilia hyper farming to 6. Viego, on the other hand, could gank bot with a Leona engage and might have an entrance with a Swain pull. But Kled could be a little tricky to gank. We'll have to wait and see. Aurelia doesn't have a ton of CC unless she can land that stun. Zoe's not like crazy mobile pre-6, so Viego has ganking options. If someone overextends, Viego could attempt to hit a lane up. You'll likely see him hyper farming because that's just what Viegos do. But given the fact that Lilia can't really gank easily, I would expect to see Viego try for a couple just to impact the map. And our top lane matchup, Swain versus Kled. I don't think I've ever seen this top lane matchup, to be honest, so we'll have to wait and see. My guess is Swain has a ranged advantage and should be able to bully the Kled for a little while, but Kled can be a slippery little whatever he is. Crazy Yordle, I guess? He's got the bear trap on a rope. If he has his passive up, he can hit pretty hard. His 3 whack passive does some damage, so we'll have to wait and see how that lane shakes out. I'm not actually super familiar with that particular matchup, so we will wait and see. So we got about a minute left on our spectator delay here. If you want to look at overall draft plan, like I'm seeing a fair amount of poke out of the Kodiaks on the left side there. With the Misfortune bounce, Rocket can Starfall. Zoe's got a ton of poke. Kled's probably your engage option. Kled and Lilia are just going to be, like, literally they have to run at your face. That's all they got. There's not much CC. Zoe's going to have to land a bubble, and then they can just run at you. On the other side, the problem is that they have to run through a Leona, who can be tricky to get through, past a Swain, who just presses R and drains Zols from everything, and past an Aurelia, who's very dashy, if they want to get on the Kaisa, who will be splishing damage out. And Viego has any number of good options. If he manages to assassinate the Soraka, he can heal his team. Right? If he assassinates the Misfortune, he has the option to bounce and do those big Misfortune crits. If he assassinates the Zoe would be the ideal target, I think. You've got the bubble and the paddle star and everything. Like, holy smokes. So, Viego has some really good options here. Okay, same as last time. We're going to try and just hang out here on this janky weird League of Legends screen until we get into spectator mode. And I'm going to mash it as much as I can and see if I cannot get us into actual spectate mode this game. Let's see if the mashing the time controls works. Fingers crossed. I also restarted my client, so who knows. What do we got for the best looking team? Circled, Nightbringer, Cyberpop, Star Guardian, Pajama Guardian. That's a pretty looking team out of the Kodiaks. High Noon Leona, IG, Kaisa, High Noon Aurelia, Regular Viego, and Tyrant Swain. TDC loses the skin game. It does go to the Kodiaks this time. 5 skins versus 4. They are the better looking team. In terms of mastery, nobody is over 60,000 points except for Kaisa. Kaisa with 385,000 mastery points. No happy game. That's on the side of TDC. They know their Kaisa, so that will be interesting. Nobody else is crazy comfortable on the champions they're playing. I guess they're still getting used to who fits the bruiser meta here. Okay, we are in. Show me time controls. Come on. Play. Let me into the game. Let me in. Are you gonna load? Is he gonna load in? Come on. I don't think we're getting in here, guys. I'm frozen once again. Come on, skip forward. Do it. Oh. Did I get in? Oh, guys, I think I got in. We're good. Okay, let me transition for us here. Transition. We can see it. I'm too zoomed in. I can't see the mini map. One sec. League of Legends.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions.
Okay, don't worry, guys. Can we see? Turn off my zoom. It is still weirdly zoomed in, isn't it? Okay, one sec. We're gonna have an actual spectate mode here right away. It's just not screen capping properly.
Minions have spawned.
Why will it not grab the whole screen? Okay, well, let's watch this fight, and I'll zip back over there and see what I can do afterwards. Oh, there is first blood right away. Oof. TDC with the invade, and it works. It works nicely. Oh, they're gonna stay too. They're gonna steal the red buff. All right, they're gonna steal the red buff. It looks like they've the other team is counter invading. You can't see the mini map yet, but they are counter invading the red side. So there's gonna be some vertical jungling happening. Oh my God, Zoe stole the red. That is going to be catastrophic for TDC. They grabbed the first blood, but they're not going to get any jungle camps out of it. Oh man. Okay, I'm going to quickly try and change this so we can actually watch the rest of this game here, guys. Give me one sec. Properties. Screen capture. Auto. Close. There we go. We're back in action. I can fix my zoom level now. Let me turn that banner off for us. Alright, we are in. We've got it. We are spectating. Life is good. Okay. Here we are. Let's get our scoreboard all arranged. Wait. What? Wait. Can I? Why do I have? What? Why do I have a misfortune on? Oh, Riot Games. You and your spectate mode. Okay. Oh, that must be Viego. Viego must have taken over Misfortune. That's the only thing I can think of that would... why there'd be a Misfortune there. Scoreboard. Yes, okay. Now we're back in action. Man, this spectate mode has just been a nightmare today. Well, we got a brawl in the mid lane, though. Yunji hit his level 3. Remember we talked about the level 3 power spike? You could see that all in working super well, but the ignite flash out of Zoe, beautifully played, and actually does manage to take that kill. And so, yeah, congrats to Zoe. Very well played. Huge outplay there on that side of the map, so I will take it. That was great. Okay, now we got the brawl. Kled is off his thing. He does get binded by the Swain, though. That's going to be a... Come on, get your Scarl. Get your Scarl. Doesn't get the Scarl. But Viego does. Hit him with the bear trap. Yep. Pulls him back in. Jumps the wall. And a double kill for Kled. It's actually 1 kill for Kled, 1 kill for... 2 kills for Viego? That was actually 2 kills for the Viego, who now looks like Lilia. But we'll take it. Man, this spectator mode's gonna be the death of me, man. Okay. Alright. So it is time controls, and we can play with things. Alright, so let's see. Whew, we are in. Take a look at our top lane. Swain sitting on 3 assists, tied in CS, though. In our jungle, we've got Lilia at much better pace in terms of CS, which we expected. She was looking for full clears. But Viego, like we suspected, looking for ganks, is 2-0-1, has made a huge impact on this map. In the mid, you see it's actually fairly even, 2 kills to 1. A slight CS lead for Zoe, but Aurelia does have a ton of minions under her fountain right now she's working on. Man, there was that 4-hit combo on Kled I was talking about. When that hits, it does some damage. So he's just waiting for that passive to come up and then trying to jump on the Swain while leaving the lane here to crash. In our bot lane, Kaisa did get that first blood and went and started with an early serrated Dirk, which gives her a pretty big damage buff. It does look like Misfortune's got some damage as well, though it also has finished a Dirk. There is a 1 kill difference, though, and Kaisa is up almost 13 CS in that bot lane. So, looks like the pressure, maybe the pressure Leona's putting out, I'm not sure if we haven't been able to catch that lane much, but Kaisa is doing well, is solidly ahead in bot lane right now. Almost 2 full waves ahead, actually. And Leona's taking advantage of that to run. Oh, lands a full range sleepy bubble. A beautiful flash. Actually prevents an assist on that play, I believe. Yeah. So the flash dodges the Swain. Swain doesn't get any gold out of that. But Swain will be able to push this turret down. So Viego's there to cover a little bit. Ooh, Naked takes some damage. Kled is unmounted, but they don't manage to kill the Viego. So Viego does defend that turret. Unmounts the Kled. Evens things up a bit in the top lane there, but you can see that Kled has now taken a pretty good CS lead off that dive. Off the roam, I guess, more by the Zoe. Now that roam does free up Aurelia to farm for a bit, especially as Leona did a drive-by, but uh-oh, Viego's here. That is going to be the end of Kled, I think. You're not getting out of there. You're not getting out of there. No, there you go. Alright, Viego's on to spree. 3-0-1. Yeah, this Viego's been putting in some work. Kaisa did take a back. Didn't take a backstory. He's playing safe. Knows that without Leona here, this is a dangerous lane to be in. And so there, he's just going to turtle up, farm as best he can. Took a pretty good hit off of that Misfortune, but did force Misfortune to take a turret shot in return. So not the worst thing in the world. Is farming well under turret, getting most of the minions. Oh, got them both. Nicely done. So 48 CS. Misfortune, during this 2v1 time, has managed to close most of that CS lead. But Leona's roam did result in a in some pressure mid, which eventually resulted in that kill top. So it wasn't a total write-off. Oh, there's the engage. Let's see, get the big whack. One more? No, I guess is oh, there's the bear trap. He's just gonna run him down. Swain's not strong enough to do much about it at this point. So Soraka decides it's her turn to leave the AD carry alone. That is a very dangerous call against Leona. Leona has Hex Flash. So Leona should step into this bush, channel the Hex Flash, and just force this Misfortune off. Step into the mid bush. Posture up, man. You know he's alone. You know the Soraka's top lane. You step into mid bush. You're going to force Misfortune to stop playing League of Legends here. Alright, Kled trading back really well. Even at 0-2, Kled can still bully this Swain. So I think the only reason Swain's got... Oh, that damage. There's a shutdown for Lilia. So a great collapse by Yunji and Please Enjoy Game has resulted in some big damage out. A kill. They might be able to get drenched. Oh, no happy game is popped by the Misfortune, but she's way out of position now. That should be the end of her. And it is. It ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of TDC. TDC currently up 7 kills to 5, about 1,000 gold. So a pretty bloody game so far. 12 kills in 8 minutes. Like we are brawling. So 3 assists for the Leona. Bot lane's got 2 kills to 1. Mid lane is 3 kills to 2 for École Catholique. Jungle is 3 kills, 2 assists to 1. So a lot more lane pressure this Viego's putting out, which is resulting in actually most of the lead is coming from lane pressure. The Zoe, though, has been roaming, right? Zoe's got 3 kills and 2 assists as well. So while the Lilia is not putting down wave pressure, I think Zoe's recognized that she's the only one with CC. Oh man, she knows her angles. And so she is putting out as much pressure as she can. She's shoving this Aurelia, and instead of beating Aurelia in lane, she's trying to win the side lanes, and is doing a good job of it. Aurelia is up 10 CS. I think Zoe has figured out, like, I'm not going to be able to fight this Aurelia toe-to-toe. It's too hard to hit her with stuff, but I do have more push. And so she pushed and roamed topped, got a couple of kills there for Swain assist. And so that's been the lane to go, trying to make sure that Swain stays on this in this game. Now École Catholique, the L9s, have grouped up and taken first drag at the 9-minute mark. Oh, there's gonna be a fight. This poor Kled does not get to move with Leona in the game. He is dismounted almost immediately. And one trick cleans it up, takes the Kled over, and is gonna go ride Scarl for a little bit. There's the stun. So there's the engage by Aurelia. Gets basically point blank bubbled, ignited, and then walked away. And Aurelia just uses her mobility to escape the counter gang. Oh no! Zoe went back in! Zoe did get the ult out of Soraka, though, keeps her alive there. Going back in was probably not the right choice there. I don't think Lilia was going to do much except cover the lane, but nice little snipe on that Scuttle Crab. And so Aurelia's just pushing this wave. Got Leona there to back him up. Ooh, just using the ult for damage, I guess. And wow, that was a lot of damage. I guess when you catch them stuck in the jungle like that, there's no way out, right? And Kaisa took pretty much the full brunt of that, and it was 3/4 of her health, so... Well, Kaisa did manage to wander up and grab a Scuttle Crab. She's basically out of lane phase now. They're going to dive the Kled. They did drop the Rift Herald. Rift Herald is dropped, is doing damage, a whole bunch of turret gold, but Kled made a good call in just diving onto the Swain immediately, and managed to chunk out the Swain to the point where Swain can't do much, and then Kled can go back and just hide under turret to deal with Viego. So well played by the Kled in that little fight there. Alright, Hell9 Naked Jacod taking care of the vision issues in his jungle, making sure he's the only one who can see his camps. Zoe clears off the ward, so they're taking back vision on the top side of the jungle. You see on the bottom, vision is solidly controlled by TDC. They've got a lot of wards down there. Their bot lane is very secure, but they haven't pushed their ward line out at all, so they don't really know where the enemy jungle is going to be. And TDC is keeping sure defensively they're trying to get their top lane warded. And so they're used to Zoe roaming, and they're going to try and put a stop to that. Oh! Dashes in, gets stunned, tries to hide in the minions, overshoots slightly, and there goes half her health. Because Zoe has to press one button to win. Balanced champ. So Aurelia's got to press 52 buttons, dash to all these minions, land the stun, juke the bubble. Zoe just has to land the bubble, press Q, and it's half of Aurelia's health. At least Aurelia's got the lifesteal, right? Can make up some of it, and is actually doing a pretty good job of healing back into the match. So misses the stun. Ooh, didn't get bubbled. She's okay. All right, we're at the 11-minute mark here. 110 CS would kind of be like a really good number. Actually, 120. We're at 12 minutes, and you can see bot lane's doing pretty well. Kaisa's sitting at 95 and 2 kills and an assist, and MF sitting at 90 and a kill. So both of these bot laners have been farming quite well. Oh, there's the bubble. If you look at mid, though, Zoe is struggling. 70 CS to Aurelia's 90. Although, that being said, Zoe has been roaming. So part of the reason, though, that those CS numbers are low is because she's been gone the whole time fighting other people. Now, Misfortune does go to channel the ult, but gets immediately jumped by the Kaisa, so the ult doesn't land. And Kaisa cleans up a double. So Misfortune managed to get on the Soraka. And once you take Soraka out of the fight, you should win that. And, well, they do. And so that'll be nice. That'll give Kaisa a chance to press her lead a little bit and also deny some CS for the Misfortune. In the jungle, we can see that Lilia is out farming Viego as we kind of suspected. Viego's been putting more time into the lanes than into the jungle camps. But every time he shows up, it's pretty much been a kill. 4 kills, 2 assists, doing really good exerting pressure on the map, resulting in a 5-kill lead overall for their team. They're up 10-5 right now at the 13-minute mark. So Leona gets spotted up by that ward, but they're going hard. They're trying to chase the... So they're seeing that Zoe is the issue. TDC has identified Zoe as the big threat and are doing a good job of putting pressure down there to make sure that they keep Zoe down. Now, Viego thinks he can pop the Lilia, but with Soraka there, kind of knows they can't. Zoe throws the Sleepy Bubble in, almost pops. Oh, there's one kill. Takes over the Soraka, is going to have some healing now. Drops the Star Call, and Aurelia gets the next one. TDC cleans up that bottom fight. Swain goes in, gets the root with his ult going, is going to finish this Kled off. So, quite the brawl on the top, but the Swain healing out of his ult just a little too much. And that is clean wins across the board for TDC. And they're going to push it into the mid lane now and try and take that turret down. Oof. Again, like, I don't think UG even saw that Paddle Star get launched, and he just shows up out of Fog of War and boop, pops him. Ooh. That damage, though, Zoe cleans up one on the backside. Takes a lot of turret damage, but does get a kill at least, and Zoe's now 4-1 and 2. Kaisa looking for a cheeky one-on-one. Gets it. Oh, does not quite get the ISO damage, but doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Kaisa at 5-1 with a Kraken Slayer has more than enough damage to kill the Misfortune. Misfortune does have Eclipse. The initial burst out of Misfortune will hurt, but after that, the DPS drops off. Kraken Slayer doesn't drop off. So you can see the difference that makes. Kraken Slayer plus the Serrated Dirk is doing some work. No happy game. Trying to take Vision back. There is a dragon and they want to look for it. They want to deny this from École Catholique, mostly because École Catholique has a bunch of bounties on the board, and Dragon is one of them. So if you can clear this Dragon out, that's less gold that you might hand over to École Catholique by accident. So they deny that from the Kodiaks. They're going to push up and push out. Maybe look for the fight with Leona frontlining. No dice. Rotate to mid and group up. They're going to group 4. Kaisa's hanging around in the wings, trying to make a choice about, like, do I ult in after a fight starts? Do I head bottom and fix this big wave? Looks like they want to group up and finish mid turret. That does seem to be the order of the day here. Or maybe it's just a classic lane swap. Usually you don't lane swap till the turrets are down, but it seems like Misfortune has decided to make that call now. Follow Misfortune and Soraka, who have changed, so Kaisa and Leona will match it. Ooh, that bounce landed. That wasn't even full bounce damage, because it didn't kill its target. It hit Leona, bounced to Kaisa, and did like a fifth of her health there. Alright, here comes the fight. Kled goes in, grabs the Swain. Swain has been pulled in, Swain presses R, but it is 2v1. Vago's on the back flanking in there. Kled uses ult to get out, but gets caught by the root again. He's not unmounted yet. Looks like Lilia took a lot of damage out of the Swain ult though, and Viego gets the first one, grabs the Lilia. Swain gets the second one, that's a clean win on the top, and there's the engage. The owner happens to land it, and that gives Kaisa the window in. Misfortune pops the first one, pops the second. 2v1, it looks like Misfortune comes out way ahead there. Great fight by Misfortune. I do not know how she came out ahead of that one. So she used her ult to follow up on the CC, and like, I don't know if she just didn't get stunned for very... Oh, she had cleanse! She must have cleansed the initial CC, so Kaisa thought she'd have a bunch of free damage and then didn't. On the backside, however, Aurelia does manage to get on the Zoe, and once you can get on the Zoe, she's pretty squishy. So Aurelia cleans that one up in the bot lane. So fights happening everywhere, but it looks like one of the bigger differences actually is the Swain. 2-1 and 6 up top, 25 CS lead, but has pushed down 2 turrets already. And Aurelia fixes the wave, takes the back, spend that gold, and off we go. It is an 18-8 game right now in favor of TDC. They've been doing a great job here on the bot side bracket, taking out JH Bruns, and then now working on École Catholique. One trick Aurelia, getting the red buff, getting back on the map. There is a Rift Herald out. It'll be interesting to see if either team prioritizes that as an option right now. It does look... Yep, there's the ping. I was going to say, it looks like TDC has control of the top side of the map. I don't know why you wouldn't take that as a free objective. So they're rotating for it right now. I don't know if they want to do... Oh yeah, Viego's on it. Let's see. You want your Viego there. Viego shreds things, so... Aurelia's there to clean up these minions. And then Prince clears out the vision. No, leaves it for the support. Interesting choice. Usually you want that ward gold on your AD carry. Doesn't seem like much, but over the course of a game, if you can do it. Uh-oh. Lilia got caught by the Leona and then jumped on by the Swain. You can see that Zoe knew the outcome of that fight and just left. It feels bad, but it's the right call. Lower ELO players, see a lot in like bronze and even low silver. Players will see a player get caught and they'll follow them in. And it's like, no, man, you're just giving them a double kill. If your team member was out of position and gets caught, leave them to die. And at low ELO, they'll flame you for it, but it is the right call. Alright, we got the one-on-one. We got Kled versus Aurelia. No, not Aurelia. One trick Aurelia. One Trick Aurelia, who is actually Viego, who is now Kled, and continues the fight, turns back into Viego, does get popped by the Zoe, but Swain cleans that one up afterwards. So they did get the Rift Herald. However, Rift Herald is on Viego, who is dead, so they won't be able to use it. Ooh, big fight in the bottom lane. Kaisa gets a couple there. Was that a double? No, he got one, Aurelia got the other. So TDC taking care of the bot lane is going to get more turret damage off here. They might clear out the tier 2 here. No, they won't. They don't have enough minions for it. They'll do some damage, but it won't be enough to finish it off. Oh, they're going to tank it. All right. They did do it. No, nothing left in bot side jungle for them. They should probably back and reset, but Kled's pulling the trigger. This game just doesn't stop. Interesting choice for Kled, whose team is down 9-23, to engage with ult there, but I guess they just wanted to clear him off the turret, right? You don't want your base broken, especially this early. 20 minutes is like the ideal time to take an inhibitor. You actually don't want to take it before 20 minutes. And so I don't know if wasting ult to defend that's actually worth it. If they were going to take an inhibitor there, it actually buys your time 2 minutes of free farm in the bot lane before you really have to worry about Baron coming up. But looks like TDC is maybe planning a Baron. They do have a Viego who shreds it. They do have a Kaisa who shreds it. The Baron's up in 40 seconds. You can see them starting to... Serena from École Catholique is pinging it out. Noting that Dragon and Baron are spawning at the same time. You don't want your One Trick Aurelia to die right now, though. Okay, he gets out. He's 7-2. He gets out. You need to have your jungler on the map for the next little bit, because you've got a Dragon and a Baron spawning. If you win a fight clean, you might get both. If you win a fight barely, you probably get one. So let's see how this goes for TDC here. Again, One Trick Aurelia is pretty low. You really need to protect that Viego at this point. He's the reason you can take objectives. If you win a fight and it's not clean and you don't have your Viego, you might not be able to get anything. Okay, Viego in the back just destroyed that dragon. So Swain and Leona just ran at them basically in front line. Oh, did he get the pull? He did. He landed on the 80 carry, too. Kaisa goes in for the assassination, but Leona secures the kill. Swain gets one. Aurelia gets one. That is a 3-for-0. Ooh, the Zoe damage hurts. So they've not quite dismounted the Kled, but they're close. Aurelia goes deep. Snowball, the Zoe manages to clean up the Leona, but Kled goes down to Kaisa, and it is a 4-for-1. They're working on the turret. It is a 4-for-1 in terms of kills. TDC drops the tier 2 turret in mid. Are they pinging it? Kaisa's changed her mind. The rest of them are going to try and take the inhibitor. Kaisa's too low to stick around, wants to clean up some jungle, get some more farm on them. That's legitimately a good call. You didn't need the 80 carry there if they had the Rift Herald and the other team is spawning. So what Kaisa's doing is putting more gold onto herself as an 80 carry. Right? You'd split gold 4 ways for that first turret and that inhibitor. It's just not worth it. You back out and you clear waves and jungle camps. That's all free gold that not only you're getting, but you're denying from the enemy. And look at that. She's managed to push all the way into the top turret. Is bouncing a wave there. However, her team overstayed. Swain gets caught, killed by the Soraka, oddly enough. And Illusion now is looking to counter-engage. Does he have an ult up? I don't believe he does. Not yet. And One Trick Aurelia turns it. Leona's there to hold him still. There, he is instantly dismounted. One's down. Illusion is now playing as Kled. Kled gets the bear trap on a rope. He's not dismounted yet, though. He's fighting the... Leona gets the Leona. He wants to stay as Kled. Gets another bear trap on the rope. Hard engage and manages to pop the Aurelia. Now he's playing as... Oh, he's still a Kled. There you go. He likes Kled. And so, École Catholique... Oh, that wasn't Viego. That was Kled the whole time. Oh my goodness, I thought Viego killed the Kled. Kled killed the Viego and then kept playing as Kled. Okay. So École Catholique with a solid win might actually give themselves a Baron here. They're trying it. They're calling it off. I think that was the right call. Kaisa was coming in. They were all at half health. Their 80 carry was very close to dead. Or, sorry, their Soraka was close to dead. Had no more heals left in them. So, Kaisa's just going to take whatever jungle they can. Doesn't want to check that. I'm assuming Swade checked it. I didn't actually see, but... So if we look now, it is 27-14 in favor of TDC. A 11k gold lead, but because of that last call by TDC overstaying, actually managed to catch them up a little bit. That being said, they've established pretty solid Baron vision here. Oh, that's a Sleepy Leona. And half her health. Wow, that's a Leona. Like, that's not a squishy champ that Zoe just did half the health of. Holy smokes. I mean, when your Zoe's 6'3" and 6, I guess you can expect it, but man, this is why I don't like Zoe, guys. This is why I don't like Zoe. That's crazy. If I'm Leona, I'm just watching Zoe from now on, right? You pin that Zoe down, it makes life way easier. Looks like Leona's going to take it back. Knows that if she soaks one more of those, that's the end. Aurelia's got a split push going. Is being flanked by Lilia. So we're going to want to see if this Lilia turns into a fight. Looks like Lilia's going for the red, but is getting collapsed on. No, maybe not. Soraka is there. There's a lot of pings happening around here, though. People calling Baron. Lilia's got red buff. Lilia's now going to go down. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be a 2v1 versus Aurelia. But no CC. Aurelia should be able to walk out of this, and does. Has forced the AD carry and the jungler to the bot side. This should be free Baron. Go hard, guys. Go hard. Go hard. You know they're on the bot side of the map. Go hard. Oh. Nope, they wanted to bait it instead. They wanted to secure it so they could try to get the kill. Viego flashes in. They do insta-pop the Zoe. That was the dream. There's the ult out of the Leona. It does get to the Soraka. That's the second highest prio target. And it's working. Are they going to get her? They get the Soraka. Okay, Lilia's gone. Soraka's gone. Zoe's gone. This might actually be game. They don't even need the Baron if they can go hard. All they need is the AD carry. There's the slow. Leona goes in, soaks the turret aggro for them. Does manage to pop the AD carry. Now it is Aurelia alone versus Zoe in her turret. Soaks a bunch of hits. Kled's still going. Finally gets dismounted and killed. It does look like that is a clean ace, and that should be game for TDC. Toronto District Catholic High is going to be moving on to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned, and we'll be watching that game next. GG, well played. So we will be going to a best of 3 here, guys. Give you guys some tunes while we get that all set up. All right, looks like we are going live, guys. Let me just get the count up. Oh, there. Hopping into bands immediately. There we go. All right. We're picking up Bannon. So we have FRC on the left, starting with a ban, Fort Richmond Collegiate, banning Lucian. And we've got our friends TDC, who we've been following through the B-side bracket, banning Wukong. So FRC was the top seed. They won their way through the A side. They actually played against TDC earlier in the second round and beat TDC, bumping them to the B side. TDC has fought their way all the way through the B side back for a rematch against FRC here in the finals. So Fort Richmond is our undefeated team so far.
Always another way.
Toronto Dominion Christian High is our team that has lost once, but they won their way through the B side bracket to earn themselves a rematch in our grand finals here. The coaches had a bit of a discussion and decided to play this one as a best of one, as the tournament's been going on for quite a while. They want to enjoy the rest of the beautiful weather. And so the winner is going to take all in this match, and we will see how things go. So Fort Richmond has banned the Lucian Nami lane, which is quite strong right now. And looks like Toronto has decided to get rid of Wukong and Zaya. We haven't seen a Zaya ban yet, so that must be a result of some of the scouting they've done. Back to FRC, newbie E-Girl is deciding on a ban.
Impure fools.
I recommend skipping.
And we are through bans. Lulu and Vayne are gone. Alright, we got a Viego pick again. So Swain is back in Kane. So again, you're seeing a lot of the same play. It seems like these guys have been playing enough to kind of pick up on the current bruisery meta. We got a Viego back in. We got a Swain back in. We've seen Kane quite a bit this beautiful Saturday. There's Kled again. So a Kled pick. And then Kaisa, so we're gonna get the Veins and the Kaisas, right? The ADCs that shred bruisers. Seeing a bit of a theme in our picks this tournament. And Twitch. We have not seen a Twitch yet. And this is out of Toronto as well. So we've seen a couple of their games tonight, and we've not seen them play a Twitch yet. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays into this game. All right, we're into our second round of bans here. Let's see what Demon Eyes has in mind. Silas out. Okay, we've seen a couple of those Silas bans. Newbie E-Girl is considering now. Let's see what they pick. Or not pick, I guess I should say ban. Let's see what they ban. Taking their time, having some team discussion over there, talking strategy, making sure they get the right bans out. I mean, you've got supports and... Oh, top. So they're going to think Swain is support, maybe? They don't want to risk it, so they're going to ban a top laner. Banking on Swain going as mid instead. Even though... Interesting. So, yeah, they got the Shen ban out. So get rid of the top laner. Back to TDC. They banned the Zed, so they do not want the assassin in the mid. So whoever they're sending mid, maybe a little squishy, I don't know, but they don't like the Zed, so they got rid of it. TDC now, oh, not TDC, sorry, FRC, onto their last ban. So they got rid of a little bit of everything. A couple of AD carries, they got rid of a support, they got rid of a top laner. They got their last ban here. Let's see where they put it.
I do not tolerate.
It's going to be a Darius. So two top laners banned out. Darius and Shen are gone. I mean, they've picked Kled, so they don't have to really worry about which top laner they ban. They're not pinching their own pool. Looks like No Happy Game is considering a support. Getting that vibe by the supports they're scrolling through here. Let's see where they settle. Twitch and who into Kaisa? Twitch Leona. Yeah, hold the Kaisa still. All right, all right. Partially maybe a pick for Twitch to allow him to literally spray and pray, and maybe partially to help pin the Kaisa down when the Kaisa comes in as Kaisas do, kind of assassin style. All right, Sun. Sun making a choice. So you can see their bot lane, their jungler, and you know they've got a Swain. Ooh, interesting. Nautilus into Leona. So two CC heavy kind of brawly bot lanes. Both those will be fairly volatile in terms of the ability to gank down there and the amount of damage both those AD carries can put out if they get going. I would expect to see a fair amount of jungle pressure heading towards both of their bottom lanes. Should be a good match down there. Now let's see what Ash Island's got in their back pocket. Ash Island's decided Cat mid. Interesting. So Katarina mid. Lots of mobility, lots of damage. Can do some DPS. They are a little light on AP, but I mean, Cat brings a lot of damage, and Kaisa's got a little bit in there, so not too bad. Looking over at TDC, they've got the Swain already. So Swain and Mordekaiser, two AP bruisery people. So now you've got Mordekaiser into Kled and Swain mid, maybe would be my guess. See how that goes. They could always switch it too. It could actually be Mordekaiser. Yeah, it looks like it might be Mordekaiser mid into Katarina. Interesting. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to pull a Katarina. They're just too dashy, but we'll see. We'll see. So we're going to try the same trick as last time. I'm going to try and transition a little quicker this time. And once the transition happens, we'll try that spectator mode trick we found and see if that works again. Clicking on the timestamp. Let's see if we can get this game rolling. So yeah, if we're looking at our matchups here for a little bit, in bot lane it's going to be really interesting. Tons of CC, whoever lands their hook first isn't necessarily at an advantage because the other person can CC you right back. So like, if I'm Nautilus and I throw a hook and I clip Leona, I'm actually at a disadvantage because now my CC is down and Leona can use hers to get on the AD carry instead. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. They're going to have to be very careful with their engages to try and target AD carries the whole time. But there will be, I assume, a lot of back and forth brawling down there. The mid, Katarina should have a... I don't know. Katarina Mordekaiser will be interesting. Mordekaiser's got that big smash and the pull. Early game, Mordekaiser might actually bully that Katarina a little bit, depending on what Katarina levels. But Kat is a very high skill champion. And if you are very good at her, Mordekaiser is going to have a hard time landing any of his abilities because Katarina can be all over the map very quickly, just dashing and jumping to daggers and flying all over the place. Puts out a significant amount of damage. We've got Viego versus Kayn in the jungle. So Kayn's probably going to be looking to get behind the bot lane and gank there. Kayn could also gank for the Mordekaiser. Cat's a little hard to gank for. Viego would have to land a stun to give Katarina the chance to really get in and do something. Otherwise, Mordekaiser will just walk away. Mordekaiser post 6 can also turn it into a 1v1 if he has someone he can beat. So I don't expect to see Viego visiting mid. Viego can for sure visit bottom. I think both those junglers are going to be playing around their bot sides a little bit. We saw how the Kled Swain matchup went. Demon Eyes seemed to really enjoy that last game. So if that goes similarly, Swain will just be pushing as hard as he can, while Kled beats up on him every opportunity he has. Now remember, last game, the Swain did so well because he got a lot of ganks out of the mid lane, right? That's what helped get him ahead. Kled was actually beating up on Swain even when Swain had a few assists under his belt. So given what we saw last game, I'd say the advantage actually does go towards Kled, but we've seen TDC play around that top lane as well. So it'll be interesting to see if TDC try... Like, Mordekaiser's going to have a much harder time getting out of lane against Katarina to save the... Well, not save, but you know what I mean. Bail out the Swain a little bit. So we'll see if Kayn plays around top to keep Swain in it and try to keep Kled down, or see if Kayn puts his focus on the bot lane to get the Twitch snowballed, and then allow Leona to take over his job from there. And vice versa, right? Viego, if Kled's got a bit of an advantage, if Viego can show up as the bear trap lands and follow up with his stun, maybe you can snowball that Kled and let the bottom lane just kind of peel themselves. Or do you want to visit bottom, get Kaisa going to the point where he can assassinate whoever... or she can assassinate whoever she needs to. So wait and see, I guess. There's a lot of different options for these teams. I think they're fairly evenly matched in terms of their drafts. Bottom lanes are all engages. The top lane, again, slight edge to Kled, but we got Kayn and Viego who are both ganky kind of junglers, or who are going to... Like, Kayn wants to farm up and get his stacks, but he's going to want to put effort into putting his presence on this map as well. So we will wait and see how this shakes out. This is going to be a good one, guys. The grand finals of the Esport Canada Inter-Provincial Showdown match. Alright, waiting for this game to capture. It always gives me this black screen for a while. I don't know what that's all about. The game's been going for 3 minutes. It could have preloaded. Alright, we're in. At least I can see the... masteries. So our Katarina does have 138,000 mastery points. The Viego's got 113, and the Kayn's got 160. So they do know their champs decently well. Mordekaiser, however, mastery locked against the Katarina. Kled, mastery locked against the Swain. And Nautilus is mastery locked against the Leona. So in terms of like knowing your mastery, it looks like FRC is a little behind on the mastery curve here. But the Katarina matchup is like the volatile one you really want to be careful of. And they've got the mastery, so. Alright, let's see if I can... Come on, let me in. Let me in. Last time I clicked here and it randomly let me in. Come on. Don't you dare freeze in our grand finals. It might be that they actually haven't loaded into the map yet. So, oh, there, see? It stays black until I click in there, and then it starts going. Weird. Alright, whatever. Objective timer's on. Time control's off. Close this. Scoreboard's all lined up, right? No, Viego's jungling. Come on, let me move those two. There we go. Lined up nicely. It makes my life easy. Okay. Let's zoom this out a little bit, shall we? See a bit more of the map. All right. So it looks like we've got TDC over here on red side. We've got FRC on blue side. TDC is setting up for just some defense. They don't want to look for the engage yet. And it looks like FRC is similarly setting up for invade defense. Interesting choice. Both with a lot of hard engage. Neither looking to actually fight first. Swain, though, interesting choice. Not actually going to lane. Not actually watching a jungle entrance. Just peeking around and keeping an eye on the red buff. So not really doing invade defense, but just enough that he can make sure that they're not going for the red. Look at Mordecai standing on that dagger. Ballsy move. All right. So we are out and we are on the map. So Kane actually, after that defense, they showed a bit mid. Kane rotated around to start red side. So he wants to path in the opposite direction of Viego. So he knows Viego won't run into them. We're off to the races here. So we're going to have to give these guys a bit of time to just posture and farm and see how things are going. Let's see if Kat takes the dagger. She wouldn't do that, would she? No. Good choice. That is a good choice. Alright, little trades back and forth. So yeah, so you can see it looks like TDC is not wanting to go toe-to-toe. And Ash Island, remember I was talking a couple of games ago about posturing up, right? Ash Island, by positioning there at level 2, just forced them to not play League of Legends for a while. They had to stand back because they knew they couldn't go at level 1 against the level 2 team. So respect for the level 2 power spike out of TDC. You can see that, which is good. But also the fact that FRC was using the level 2 power spike to zone, which is good. Both teams playing good, solid League of Legends here, which you would expect out of our finals. There's Lonely Gordy gets the pull and trades Zac some damage on Demon Eyes. Demon Eyes, though, trades back on the retreat. Ends up being a fairly even trade up in that top lane there. UNG's just going to throw some daggers around, you know, do Katarina things. Fairly, oh, get the pull. Get the hit. Tries to walk away. Oh, he gets pulled, though, and he's dismounted. Demon Eyes wins that trade. I think he pulled him into range of the turret, which was unfortunate for Kled. That's going to make Kled's game a little harder. But, oh, here's the gank. Here's the first one. There's the engage. He goes into the bottom lane. The Flash dodges the Nautilus hook, but Nautilus does manage to auto-attack the jungler, and then the AD carry, and then the support to slow them all down. They might still be able to get it. It's going to be close. They do. First blood goes to Twitch. They're going to keep the race going. Kane is diving. He gives his life for it, but it goes onto the support, and they put a double kill onto their Twitch. So great teamwork out of the jungler, sitting in turret range, knowing he would die, in order to make sure his team got a double onto the AD carry and secured it with the wave crashing. It will for sure slow down his pathing. Oh no, it was Leona who did it. Leona took the damage, even better. Yeah, so Leona died to make sure that the jungler and the AD carry got out and got all the kills. So a huge heads-up play by that Leona to soak it up. Oh, Mordekaiser's getting dulled in by the Katarina. So once Katarina hits that level 3-ish, unlocks all of her mobility. So just waited for Mordekaiser to use something, and once it was down, Kat knew she had the advantage to go in, and so ended up turning that into a kill. So a solo kill in mid, and you can see Kat is playing balls to the wall. Starts with a Dark Seal, and already has a kill on it. So Kat wants to hard carry this game. If you start Dark Seal, you mean business. So Dark Seal start, up 3 CS, up a kill already, which is good, but bot lane, 2 onto the Twitch is not what you want to see if you're a Kai'Sa. Okay, so there goes the Swain pull. With Swain pull out, Kled immediately pulls the trigger with the bear trap, and you can see he wins that trade pretty hard. Now Swain has the range advantage, so can chip away at him a bit as he walks out, but if he doesn't have his pull, Kled should win that trade. But Swain's got lifesteal. Or did he pop a potion? He must have popped a potion there. Because he's back up to like 3/4 health, and he has no business being that high after losing a trade that hard. Alright, not bad, not bad. So now you see Viego wants to even the odds. He's going to go for a lane gank. He's going to sneak his way through lane, sorry. Hop into a bush, and as soon as these two guys manage to push themselves out, now that this wave has crashed, did he get spotted? Why is he backing? See, now that wave has crashed, it's going to bounce back to them, and then they can pull the trigger. So they're going to want to away from the Viego down bottom side. There's the stun. He pulled the trigger too early. See, Ash Island was not in the correct position there. Ash Island played too far back to bait them out, so when Viego went in, Ash Island was not in range to follow up. So just a slight misexecution there by the Nautilus, unable to follow up on the... Or the Viego, honestly. It's a communication thing, right? If Viego had held off until Nautilus was ready, or if Nautilus had walked forward as Viego was going in. Oh, is he going to do it? No, the shield comes out, and I think that is a win for Mordekaiser. Oh, enough healing out of Katarina kept her in it, though, so a very close trade in the mid. Which is actually good for the Cat. Cat's got more mobility. It's easier for her to jump on and pick engages when they want compared to the Mordekaiser, but... You can see Kane goes bottom for the gank, but while he's doing it, Viego just sneaks the dragon. Now here's the problem with being mobile. It doesn't help you if you can't move. Mordekaiser hits 6, immediately death realms the Katarina, just walks up to her and kills her, because she has nothing to jump to at that point. Nowhere to go. Kled gets the pull, takes turret shot, so dismounts? Why is he staying in turret? That is not a great call. Uses the ignite. Maybe he thought he had enough to kill him, but that was a very... large miscalculation by the Kled, thinking he had the damage to kill him. And now he's dismounted, so he's going to have to try and remount as fast as possible. And Swain has a small window to bully him, unless he backs here. Yeah, he's just going to back. He's got the wave pushed. So first Dragon went to FRC. Kill lead is slightly in favor of TDC. They're up almost 1,000 gold. They're also up in most of their lanes in farm. Top's even. Jungle's even. Mid is about 11 CS lead. And bot's pretty much even. So the only difference actually in CS is mid lane, sorry. And looks like TDC's crashed a wave, so Kaisa will have a chance to actually take a small CS lead here. Assuming she can collect all of these. Use your... there you go. Alright. So let's see where jungle goes next. Cat's pushing in, but Mord does not have an ult, and Cat does. That means says Katarina can't ult until Mordekaiser's used the pull, because you don't want to get your ult interrupted. That is a worst case scenario. Best case scenario, if you're Katarina, is getting 2 kills with your ult. So let's see if Cat looks to push and roam bottom. You do have a Nautilus who can hold the lane still while you smack things. Oh, that was a nice pull by Mordekaiser. The Cat almost jumped back into it and is now just getting beaten on by this Kane. Keeps getting zoned by the Mordekaiser abilities. Oh, is it enough? It is. Kane's in and out. Those Mordekaiser abilities literally just... I don't think any of them landed, but all they did was position the Katarina so that she couldn't get out. If she walked back, she was going to get hit by the slow. If she walked back, she was going to get hit by the pull. She had to keep walking into the Kane and just bought the Kane enough time to eat her down low enough that he could use ult, kill her, get carried to the back of the turret, and escape. So a great heads-up play by the Mordekaiser to use his ability to zone. Mordekaiser turns this fight into a 1v1. I don't know if he's going to be able to win it. He does! Oh, man, what a buff Mordekaiser gets out of that Death Realm. But he pops up surrounded by enemies, and so... Nautilus secures it. Nautilus going toe-to-toe against an AD carry and a support. Probably not a great plan. Twitch does have his ult going, so he's also going to chew down the Katarina a little bit. So a great heads-up play by the support of TDC to get in there and turn that fight around. Ooh, Lonely Gordy's got to run. Doesn't do it. Swain picks one up on the Kled. So that is 4 kills unanswered for TDC in fairly short order. And now they don't want to leave this Kaisa to free farm. Twitch is going to come in there. Let's see what he can do. Can he one-on-one? He's got his new... They're fairly even. They both got noon quivers and pickaxes. Oh, that is a dead Kaisa now. Oh, that was a nice use of the dash and flash. But it's not enough to get out of the Leona ult. Oh, man, yeah. And it goes on to the Kane, which is nice. They already gave a few to the Twitch. He's 301. Let's get the Kane rolling. He's now 2-0-2. So you can see the jungle bot is kind of where the damage is going for... TDC here, whereas unfortunately for FRC, Nautilus is picking up a lot of the kills. So that's not really where you want your gold. Having an unkillable Nautilus is phenomenal, but it only works if the rest of the team can hurt people. So we'll have to wait and see if we can get Nautilus's kills in the future moved on to somebody else here. One of the things that Edward Gaming does super well is they funnel gold into the person they want, and it's like an art form to watch them team fight. It's so interesting to see how well they can funnel. So now UNG is trying to bait the Katarina to coming. There's his pull. There should be an engagement. No. I would have thought Nachi was going to go in there and try and bait a fight out with the Viego behind him. But there was also a Leona there, and it looks like Lonely Gordy on Kled might be picked off here. Yep, Leona landed it. There's the bind. They've dismounted him. Mordekaiser's there. They clean him up, and see Cat makes the call to back out. That was the right choice. That fight was done when he got caught by the Leona at full range. Now, do they dive the Twitch is the question. Ash Island, do you want it? Do you want it? He doesn't want it. He ults him and walks away. Alright, so Twitch uses an ult there, but it does clear the wave, prevent the dive, get them off, gets a little damage out. That was a pretty solid use of the ult, to be honest. You'd like to keep the Twitch ult for grouped team fights, but in terms of lane phase, that's about the best you can ask for there. As soon as the smash went out, you see he kind of re-engaged there to get some free trade damage back. One trick now has taken the Rift Herald for, which team is that, red team? That is for TTC. But they trade it back. FRC knows if you're giving up something, you take it somewhere else. So great job by FRC taking the Dragon in return. That is their second Drake now. So they're going to be looking to go to Soul Point fairly early this game. Oh, there's an engage by the Kled. He's looking to fight. Kane hops in. Buy himself some time. Which way is he going to go? And he's going to get bear trapped on a rope. Oh, he flashed. No, it still got him. He's pulled in. Is he out? Oh, he can run through walls. He auto-attacked. Oh, he auto-attacked the Kled instead of the fruit. That kills him, and that allows Kled to keep his streak going. Now that is an ult, though, out of the Swain. Swain has to flash, though, because Cat is also here. His ult is doing damage. Oh, my goodness, his ult is doing damage. If he had flash up, I think this is a double for him, but he does not have flash. So he gets out with his life and does a lot of damage to the rest, but he is free. So only one for Kled Cat, but a good push there. See, Cat trying to work to fix the wave here is going to give them time to back. Oh, Demon Eyes lands his, well, Cat is backing, lands his Never Move. Never Move, is that what they call it still? The long range one that lands with the eyeball anyways. It hits like a truck if it lands, it's just really easy to dodge, but I think Cat got caught window shopping, and Swain picks one up on the back end there. Okay, there's the engage. They're going in real hard on the 80 carry. Kaisa has to run, doesn't matter, Twitch has got him, they're going to clean up, yep. Noon Quiver's enough damage, and another double onto Twitch. Twitch is at 5-0-1 right now. That is a scary rat, my friends. And he's going to put some turret gold on himself as well. So this is going to cost Kaisa a bunch of CS. I mean, Kaisa's up 10 minions right now. But losing this double wave is going to be pretty painful. And with Kane here, they're going to be able to... Oh, Kane's dropping the Rift Herald. Yeah, that's going to be turret gone, I think. With the armor up, the Rift Herald's worth 2 turret plates. So if you can whittle... And the last 2 turret plates actually have the most armor. So the trick is to whittle it down to like 2.5 plates and then drop the Herald on it. And it looks like that's what they did because they got first turret already. And they're escorting it for another dive here. If Cat doesn't roam, they're going to get half of this turret as well. Viego's here. Yep, there we go. Kane's in trouble. He got picked off. Can we land the hook? Oh, he's dead. He's so dead. There he is. Yep. So that's one. Kled's been dismounted, but he's going to pull the Swain back in. He doesn't want that fight. He doesn't want the smoke. He's backing out. Swain did that. He's going to be able to push this in and crash it as well. So there's a single kill over for FRC. Nice and clean. They collapse and pick it off and get out free. Viego's going to push out now, clear some vision. Interesting. Lonely Gordy is staying. I think he must be figuring that he can get his stacks up here under the turret pretty safely and remount his Scarl. Oh, Swain gets the pull, though. Lands the whole combo. Gordy's going to have to leave. And if he does, he sacks all of these minions. Ooh, Demon Eyes still had the burn on him, I guess. Took another turret shot. It doesn't matter. All he has to do is walk away, right? Kled's losing the minions already. You have fixed your wave. It is reset. Life is good. Uni is hard shoving. Looks like Leo's walking around for the flank. She is unspotted, so there's a chance she could land something on the Cat. They're going to go for the dive, maybe? Oh, if he'd land that pull, it would have been GG. But Nachi gets out. Oh, Ho-Sun poking a little bit. Got the fizz. Twitch stuck under his turret right now, which is good for CS numbers. You can see Kai'Sa's actually stretched the CS lead to 20, despite losing that double wave. I guess Twitch is spending too much time auto-attacking champions to get those 5 kills. Alright, they're going to take their... I'm guessing a dragon's coming up soon. Where's their timer? Minute 22? Yep, that's about the right time to get your vision established. And so you can see both teams doing it. Twitch and Leona both wandering up into the jungle, getting pink wards down, clearing enemy greens. Kayn goes to gank the Kled, but doesn't really have much luck with it there. He's actually losing the one-on-one, but there comes Swain, lands it, misses it. Swain's out. Is he going to be unmounted? Nope, he keeps his mount. So here's with them all topside with a minute left. That means that if you are TDC, or sorry, if you are FRC, you know that TDC just put a bunch of resources topside. You know that Kayn has to path down. You can kind of act accordingly, right? You can get yourself set up. You can... Oh, Lonely Gordy's dismounted again. Yeah, Swain's just running the show on Lonely Gordy right now. He's having a really hard time with this Swain range. And I don't know if it's Swain alone, though, right? Like, we've seen a lot of people visiting up here. Every time there's been a kill, there's been people around it. Swain's 2 kills have always been with assists, so maybe that's all it needs. A bit of pressure to get the Kled behind, and then Swain can take over from there. Alright, Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. You can see the teams are positioning now for it. Swain, though, has not backed yet. He will not be here for this fight. There's no way he gets in there. He doesn't have TP. He is not back in time. Twitch is spraying and praying through there. No, he's not. Nautilus! Nautilus, stop it! He's collecting kills again! Nautilus is 4 now. Kai'Sa finally gets one, puts it onto the... Cat gets the Leona as well. This is a clean win on the team fight for FRC. Swain tries to walk down, but he is, as suspected, too late. Who is... Oh, is he going to grab the Nautilus? He pulled someone. He grabbed... Oh, interesting. He grabbed the jungler. Good choice. Grabbed the jungler, kill him. Lonely Gordy trying to fight the Swain. We know how well this works for him, and that is not well. Demon Eye's doing well. Still draining stuff out of Lonely Gordy. Can you finish him? Not quite. Lonely Gordy does have to flash, though. But Nachi Nachi gets there in time to clean it up, and that is a pretty clean win for FRC. They're still out on the map. If they want to do Dragon, though, they got to go now. His Twitch has died, healed, bought, respawned, and run back out, and is in position to contest. So when you pick off the Twitch too early, that's the risk you run if they don't turn to Dragon right away. Oh, never mind. Katarina does Katarina things, and Twitch is back to gray screen again. Lonely Gordy's in there just tanking. He's about to remount. He's about to remount. He's back. Scarl is back in action. Huge buff for Gordy there. He's going to get his shield back, and he's being able to peel for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa does a lot of damage on that backside. Now, if you want to rotate the Dragon, you've got your Nautilus back in action. You've got the Rat dead for another 10 seconds. You've definitely forced off their jungler. Now it's a Dragon for FRC, and this is going to put them on soul point. That is not what TDC wants to see. They are still up 3 gold, or 3 kills and 2k gold, but they are going to be forced to fight the next Dragon. And you can see how good FRC's Dragon control is. Look at those wards, right? They're everywhere. TDC cannot approach this Dragon without being spotted, and if you don't approach in a unified, planned way, you will get picked off. Because they will see where you are coming from. They will know when you are 1 man alone, or when you are 2 alone and 3 on the other side, and they'll be able to act accordingly with the vision they have. Now you can see Yunji coming through here and clearing out all this vision, which is an odd choice considering they don't need to be back here for 5 minutes. Putting down your pink ward, or your green ward, sorry, accomplishes nothing anymore. If the next big objective, you've got a minute and a half to kill that Rift Herald. If you want to put vision down somewhere, it should be on the top side. You've also got this split pushing Swain that you might want to be warding out. So a bit of wasted vision out of TDC there on the bot side when there's nothing to supply vision for. But looks like they are going to posture around the Rift. See, it would be nice to have those wards now, wouldn't it? So you can see that FRC's ward there, letting them know that there's a Rift fight happening and how many people are there and who's positioned forward and who's positioned back. Alright, vision's all cleared out. The only ones with vision now are TDC actually with the Scuttle Crab. So they just have to pull the trigger going blind, and they do it. It's going to be a brawl. So Twitch is in the back getting killed by Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's fighting things. Kai'Sa does pop the Twitch before he does too much damage. Mordekaiser gets Cat. Oh man, Mordekaiser goes off. He pulls a triple out of this. Is he going to make it a quadra? No, he's not. Someone else is going to clean that up for him. They give it to Leona. You know, a little pity kill for the Leona who had none so far. But Mordekaiser hard carrying that fight. TDC wins it convincingly. And I think they've realized they don't have time to do Rift Herald. It's going to be eaten in about 5 seconds. So their backup reward is going to be clear the enemy jungle, and then hard push a lane and maybe take a turret here. So they're going to get mid turret. They're going to get blue buff, LV enemy jungle camps, put some damage down on the tier 2 turrets. They'll be able to back and buy before the next dragon spawns. They got 3 minutes here, so they got lots of time and nothing else to do. So farm as much as you can, put down some turret damage while you can, and then back by, get out on the map, and reestablish your control in time for your soul point, which is coming up soon, and you got to fight for. So they've stretched their lead to 6k now, which is huge. Kane just runs through all the walls. Good times. All right. So you can see all of them back, Twitch back. It's a nice unified back by TDC. The whole team returning together, buying and coming out, will allow them to push all their lanes at the same time, or allow them to focus a shove in one lane if they want it. And see, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. They want to get vision down now. So they're going to push out. Yeah, my guess is they're going to play near mid. You can see Twitch and Leona just clearing jungle camps, but they're going to rotate to mid after this. And then they're going to head down towards Dragon Pit and establish their vision. Ash Island gets there first, though, from FRC. So he starts the vision game. They've got a deep one there. They're clearing out pinks. They've got a couple minutes here. Well, they've got basically a minute and a half to establish vision before teams start to posture for this. Twitch uses his ult. I don't know if that was the ideal time for it, to be honest. He got some damage off on Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa can back and just walk back into this. She's got 2 minutes. So, I guess that being said, Twitch's ult's on a low enough cooldown at this point. It should be back up for the dragon fight anyway, so he should be alright. Is there going to be a fight? Ash Island pulls in the tank. That's not where you want to use your CC. Let's see what Leona does. Okay, they knock up the tank. I mean, Nautilus is doing a job. Soaked a whole bunch of stuff. Kled came right into the backline, and Nobi E-Girl takes out Twitch. That's going to make the fight a little difficult for TDC. Oh, yes. There's the damage. So the Kai'Sa pops 2 of them, gets all tanks. Mordekaiser cleans up 1, but Kai'Sa gets rid of the Leona and gets rid of the Kayn, sorry. With all of the percent damage and true damage built into that kit. I think it's true, not percent. But manages to shred through all of those guys really quickly, and that's going to set them up for a dragon. That dragon spawns in 55 seconds. The other team will be up, but they're going to have to rush it. Oh no, they're going to back instead. Okay. So actually TDC will have a chance to stop this now. They can get in, they'll have a chance to establish a vision, and FRC is going to have to run at them. That being said, they go back and spend this gold. They've cut the gold lead down from 8k to like 5k. Kled is not in position for this soul fight though. Does he have teleport? He does not. Dragon's in 30 seconds. Kled needs to be back already. He needs to be on the map. So right now there is a small 4v5 window while Kled runs his butt into this fight because he showed up late. So yeah, here's the vision control. Uh-oh, Leona gets caught trying to get vision. Nachi Nachi hops in, does Katarina things, gets out, but Leona's going hard on him. And one trigger Ilya kills Ash Island. So Ash Island bit off a little more than he can chew because he didn't have the vision to see how many were behind. And so this actually might be a soul denial for TDC. Yeah, it looks like FRC's accepted it. They know that with this numbers advantage they don't want it. They'll give the one dragon over, and instead they'll take dragon, they'll take jungle, they'll push lanes, they'll go back and buy, they'll reestablish. So FRC using this window to clear a couple enemy camps. Get vision around Baron. They didn't get vision around Baron. They got vision. Interesting. Kled's running it down hard. Oh, this is dangerous. Kai'Sa doesn't know what's about to happen. Now she does. Oh, please enjoy the game. Just missed that E or Kai'Sa was done. So there's the fight. Kai'Sa from over the wall. It's a great spot to be if you're an AD carry. You know you're safe here. Jumps in. But Cat's down. There goes Twitch. Leona's now dropped. Kai'Sa's now dropped. Kled's now dropped. It looks like it's going to be a TDC win on this fight. Triple kill for Mordekaiser. And it is a TDC quadra kill for Mordekaiser. TDC takes the fight fairly clean. Despite Kai'Sa's good positioning to start, she jumped into the middle of the brawl and probably should have held off and DPS'd a little longer. Hopping into the middle of that fight got her killed very quickly. And that's going to give the Baron over to TDC. TDC with the miracle run here from the B side all the way to the finals is on the cusp of a Baron now and is at a 6k gold lead. Now it's interesting, these fights are still very close. Kai'Sa's a very strong champion. Katarina can solo carry a game. These teams still have to be careful, even though you've got an 8k gold lead now. If you leave those two threats unchecked, you're in trouble. But Twitch has been doing a good job of burning through players, and Leona's been doing a good job of tracking the cat and trying to lock them down. So those two players are going to have to be a little more careful about how they position to try to avoid some of those threats. Maybe play a little more a little more passively, wait for that CC to come out before they hop into the middle of the fight. I would love to see Kaisa just sit around that corner and keep DPSing instead of hopping into the middle to try and yank a kill that was probably already guaranteed to happen. Even if it wasn't going to be hers, someone else was going to get it. You didn't need a suicide to try and steal it. Alright. TDC knows they have the advantage. They're pushing in and putting deep vision down now in the bot side of the jungle. We have a dragon at 242, so those wards might be a little early, but if you're going to send Kayn to split push bottom, they will serve a purpose still. So as long as your team's playing around the bot side of the map, those wards are good. If your team suddenly starts to split push top, then you've wasted vision. So it looks like Kayn is working on the bottom side, so they are going to use the vision. Oh, there's a pick. They caught the Swain. They are bursting him out. Swain is gone. Kaisa, again, dashes immediately into the backline and starts trying to fight the Twitch. Twitch gets Ash Island. And Kaisa gets killed in the back by Kayn. So again, you don't want to jump into the backline every single time as Kaisa. You do need to pace yourself a bit here. You could have stayed behind your Nautilus and your Kled in that case and just DPS'd from there and had a little bit of a safer run of it. Because when she jumped back there, she didn't get a kill, but it also cost her life. And if she was still putting out damage now, this would look a little bit different, I think. But because TDC had the split push with the Kayn on the bottom, Kayn just ran through the jungle, like literally through it, through the walls, to get to that fight, and allowed the team to rotate bottom, and they get a turret off that fight. So the Baron has resulted in 1 turret so far, and it's now a 10k gold lead. So that's a 2,000 gold Baron power play so far. Lonely Gordy, does he want this? He doesn't. He's pinched off. No, never mind. FRC's there. They collapse together to try and drive the Kayn out of their jungle, and it works. It works nicely. They do have a wave pushing in on their top that's just kind of dying. I don't want to see if Kaisa goes to collect that, maybe. Maybe not. You got a minute 10 till Dragon. It's probably time to get your vision set up again. So remember how they warded their bot side for that push? All their wards have now expired. Or most of them. So they have a lot less vision on... TDC does a lot less vision around Baron than they'd probably like. And FRC's on Soul Point. Like, they want this Dragon. They are down 10k gold. But if they could move in and get vision, this is your chance for a pick to turn into a dragon, because you know FRC's going for it. They can't give you soul. And so FRC also knows that TDC knows that they're going for it. So they can't sacrifice the dragon, but they have to be careful in their approach. They've spotted out Kled. He gets pinged. He's in the back of the pit. They know it. FRC trying to find a window. They need to group and push through one of these entrances. Or, ooh, I like this plan too. Take mid prio. Push straight down the mid as hard as you can. And then you can come down through the river, which is a much more open approach. It's a lot easier than trying to go through the jungle. Don't go through the jungle, Nachi. Don't do it. Not against Leona, not against Mordekaiser. Not against Kayn and a Twitch who can AoE through an entire area. Now, you gotta get in there now or you're giving up the soul. Alright, they're giving up soul. They're gonna let TDC have it. So here's the thing. If you're making the call to give up soul, what did you get instead? All they got was mid prio. If they had decided to give up soul, sent one person down there to make it look like they were going, and then hard shove top lane or something, they probably could have got the bounty on that top turret. Like, you know that FRC has to stop and work on, or TDC, sorry, has to stop and work on that drag. So if you're going to give up an objective, trade something back. And FRC did not, I think, make that call soon enough to get an efficient trade-off. Alright, Kayn's going in. He's got the Kled. But there is a Nautilus there. I don't think he wants it anymore. Is Nautilus going to pull the trigger? I think they know they're flanked. They have enough vision now to know this might not be a great plan. Nachi's there now. Oh, they do have that guy picked off. Can they stop him from going over the wall? That's the question. They can't. Kaisa's alone in the front. If they turn on Kaisa, Kaisa's in trouble. They did. Kaisa overextended. Run, Kaisa. Flash that wall. Okay, Kaisa's out. Not out. Never mind. Gets smushed. There's most of an ult out of Katarina, but again, they switch the focus immediately, and Kat gets killed. That's a pretty clean win from TDC. They haven't dropped a member yet. Ash Island's going to go last. I think having 4 kills on the Nautilus early actually set them back a fair amount. If they, like, if Katarina was 8-7 instead of 4-7, or if Kaisa was 11-7 instead of 7-7, I think you'd see these teamfights going a little more smoothly. I mean, that being said, Nautilus is doing a great job. He's got 11 assists now, right? Since that early game, he's been doing a better job of being the tank and soaking stuff up and not getting kills. But, there we go, turret 1, and it is the 20-minute mark, so you pass the 20-minute mark. You can quite easily take an inhibitor. because your Baron is coming up soon. You got 30 seconds till Baron. Oh, they're going to double and hit him. That's going to make life hard for FRC. They got some work to do here. Oh, gets pulled. Nope, dashes through it. Misses the bear trap, unfortunately. Misses the stun. W lands. Doesn't do too much. That's an AD Kaisa, so not a lot of AP in there. Oh, Lonely Gordy bit off more than he can chew. Then instant turn by TDC. Great shot calling in terms of like recognizing when someone had overextended and turning as a group. Swain's in there just banging around soaking up damage. You can see they've got a lot of AoE. Twitch is spraying and praying with his does he have? He does. Yeah, he's got a Runeans and big bursts, and that's it. That is gonna be game. Only Gordy quits. They know it. I mean, it's fair. This one is done. So, game goes to TDC, the winners of the Inter-Provincial High School League of Legends Spotlight. Great job, Toronto District Christian. And that's going to wrap up our games for today. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a wonderful day. And we will see you next time we stream here on Esport Canada.